There are ruins all across the world that seem to whisper the same warning. Libraries burned, scripts went silent, entire systems of knowledge vanished, not once, but again and again. What did ancient people know that was so fragile, so powerful, or so inconvenient that history kept losing it tonight? We follow the trail of broken tablets, buried cities, forgotten texts, and erased memory to uncover one of the darkest patterns in human history. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. The fire begins as a colour before it becomes a force. Deep in the night, above the roofs of a city built from ambition and dust, the sky turns red, then orange, then a white so bright it seems to cancel out the stars. Somewhere below, cedar beams crack, clay jars burst in the heat, shelves blacken, curl, and collapse inward. Ink vanishes first, wax softens, leather tightens, shrinks, and splits. Scrolls that took years to copy, texts that crossed deserts on muleback, lists of kings, planetary tables, grain records, healing recipes, maps of river mouths, tax laws, hymns, omens, court judgments, star names, eclipse observations, engineering notes, foreign vocabularies, and the accumulated patience of generations all begin to lift into the air as ash, in the confusion of conquest or riot or accident. No one standing in the street can possibly know what is being lost. They see smoke, they hear shouting, they smell burning wood, oil, wool, plaster. What they do not see, at least not yet, is the strange second death unfolding behind the flames, not only the destruction of objects, but the collapse of memory organized outside the human body. Again and again in human history, this scene returns in different forms. Sometimes the destruction is dramatic and visible. A library burned in war, a capital sacked, a temple archive emptied, a royal storehouse looted and left open to rain. Sometimes it is slow enough to pass almost unnoticed. A script falls out of use, a priesthood disappears, a language fragments, a master dies without an apprentice. A generation no longer copies certain books because it no longer sees the point. Roof tiles crack. Damp creeps down a wall. Mice nest in baskets of documents. A monastery decides one parchment is more valuable scraped clean and reused than preserved. A colonial official records land and labour, but dismisses local memory as superstition. An empire draws borders that erase older ways of describing rivers, seasons, grazing routes, coastlines, medicines, and stars. A school system teaches one language at the expense of 10 others. A sacred place is abandoned because the climate changes or the political centre shifts. A story that was once exact becomes decorative. An instruction becomes a ritual becomes a legend becomes a curiosity. Then even the curiosity goes quiet. What makes this pattern so unsettling is not simply that people lose things. Loss is ordinary. Buildings collapse, kingdoms fade, coastlines move, forests swallow roads, and every generation inherits a damaged world. The deeper mystery is that human beings are the one species known to build elaborate systems for remembering beyond the limits of a single lifetime, and yet they repeatedly allow those systems to become as fragile as dry grass. They carve laws in stone and still misplace the worlds that produced them. They track the heavens for centuries and then forget why certain observations mattered. They engineer canals, terraces, roads, and harbours with astonishing precision and later wander among the ruins unsure how the whole machine once worked. They preserve names while losing methods, preserve myths while losing measurements, preserve monuments while losing the reasoning that raised them. What survives in the record suggests a disturbing truth. Ancient knowledge does not usually vanish all at once because it was false, trivial, or primitive. Much of it disappears because memory itself is political, physical, selective, and perishable. The image many people carry is of one great library, one fatal blaze, one civilization-ending catastrophe. Alexandria naturally hovers over the imagination, less as a single event than as a symbol so powerful it almost obscures the wider story. Scholars still debate the scale, timing, and exact nature of what was lost there, and the evidence remains incomplete. But the endurance of the image tells its own story. Human beings recognize, almost instinctively, that there is something uniquely tragic about gathered knowledge destroyed before it has finished changing the world. Yet the real history is both broader and stranger than any single famous ruin. It lies in palace archives from Mesopotamia, where clay tablets survive by accident because fire baked them hard enough to endure. It lies in the broken libraries of the Maya, whose screenfold codices were nearly annihilated so thoroughly that only a handful remain. It lies in the charred scrolls of Herculaneum, rolled black by Vesuvius and rendered unreadable for centuries, their words trapped but not entirely dead. It lies in the lost books of classical drama known only from titles and fragments. It lies in indigenous memory systems dismissed by conquerors because they were not bound in forms Europeans recognized as legitimate. It lies in oral traditions that preserved astonishingly old environmental knowledge, then fractured under forced migration, enslavement, disease, and schooling designed to sever inheritance. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. What makes ancient knowledge so vulnerable is not only the violence of those who destroy it, but the confidence of those who think it no longer matters. Erasure rarely announces itself honestly. It comes dressed as purification, reform, efficiency, orthodoxy, modernization, civilization, correction, simplification, even progress. A new ruler does not always say that the old records contain insights worth preserving. More often he says they belong to the defeated. A missionary may see a codex not as a vessel of astronomy, genealogy, and calendrical precision, but as an object of idolatry. A bureaucrat may see an inherited land tradition not as an archive of ecological adaptation, but as disorder in need of replacement. A scholar in one age may dismiss what a scholar in another would consider priceless. No single explanation fully accounts for this pattern, because the motives are rarely the same. Some knowledge disappears because of fanaticism, some because of conquest, some because maintaining archives is expensive and fragile work, some because climates shift and materials fail, some because a civilization becomes too successful at centralizing expertise, storing too much in too few places, some because memory is monopolized by elites, and when those elites fall, the chain breaks. It is easy to flatter the present by imagining that older societies lost knowledge because they were careless or superstitious, while modern civilization has finally solved the problem. But that is mostly vanity with better packaging. Ancient societies often understood perfectly well that knowledge was precious. That is why they built archives, trained scribes for years, developed canonical forms of copying, attached scholarship to temples and courts, created lineages of transmission, and treated memory as a sacred or political responsibility. The problem was never simply ignorance of risk. The problem was that preservation always competed with other human urgencies: war, survival, profit, ambition, fear, doctrinal certainty, environmental shock, and the ceaseless turnover of institutions. A scroll can survive 200 years and still be one bad season away from mould. A tradition can endure in the mouths of elders for 1,000 years and still collapse in a generation if children are forbidden to learn it. Even a stone inscription survives only if someone later understands why it should be protected from quarrying, whether theft or indifference. There is another discomforting truth beneath all this. Lost knowledge is not always dramatic genius, not always some miraculous machine or suppressed super science waiting to be rediscovered. Popular imagination often reaches for hidden energy sources, impossible maps, vanished devices, or secret formulas more advanced than anything now known. Most of those fantasies are unsupported. The ancient world was remarkable enough without inventing impossible technologies for it. The real tragedy is subtler and, in some ways, more profound. It is the loss of texture. Systems of irrigation tuned to one floodplain. Seasonal calendars aligned to one mountain horizon. Herbal practices tested across generations in one ecological niche. Ship routes carried in memory of winds and stars. Building techniques adapted to one seismic zone. Administrative habits that kept grain moving in lean years. Rituals that encoded environmental warnings. Mathematical methods that solved practical problems elegantly, even if later notation changed. Ways of naming landscapes so precise they contained maps within speech. Once such knowledge is severed from the people and conditions that made it meaningful, it can become nearly impossible to reconstruct in full. The pieces survive, but the operating system is gone. Archaeology reveals this constantly, and with a kind of cruel irony. The shovel and the brush recover beauty and damage in the same motion. A buried archive may surface after 2,000 years, but only in fragments. A tablet may be cracked, a scroll carbonized, a codex waterlogged, a mural half erased, a site looted before professionals arrive. Even in the best cases, recovery is partial. An inscription mentions a text no longer extant. A later author summarizes a book now vanished. A warehouse inventory hints at commodities and routes we can only partly identify. A skull bears evidence of surgery, suggesting medical traditions more sophisticated than surviving manuals reveal. A canal network shows planning too complex to reduce to guesswork. Yet the paperwork explaining labour, timing, and maintenance is gone. The evidence is often enough to prove that knowledge once existed, but not enough to restore it fully. That may be the most haunting condition of all. Not total darkness, but the outline of a world that can still be seen and cannot quite be re-entered. Sometimes the only reason anything survives is disaster. Mesopotamian tablets, written on clay, endure in huge numbers, not because the ancient world was generous with its memory, but because collapse occasionally hardened the medium. Fires that consumed palaces and temples accidentally baked tablets into ceramic durability. The destruction preserved what peace might have erased. It is one of history's bitter jokes. Elsewhere, the opposite is true. Egyptian papyrus lasts in dry desert conditions but disintegrates in damp. Wooden writing tablets rot. Ink fades. Textiles perish. Knotted cords remain enigmatic if cultural continuity breaks. Human memory preserves songs far longer than paper might, but only if communities remain intact. Every medium has enemies: water, light, fungus, salt, insects, reuse, conquest, ridicule, conversion, centralization, and neglect each take their share. Ancient knowledge survives not because it is old, but because a chain of unlikely mercies continues unbroken, and yet people keep rebuilding the chain. That too is part of the mystery. After each collapse, somewhere, someone begins again with lists and names and measurements. Someone scratches symbols into clay, carves decrees into basalt, copies verses by lamplight, teaches an apprentice how to count years from eclipses, memorizes a lineage, records debts after harvest, marks stars above a doorway, folds bark into a codex, maps a harbour, annotates a remedy, inventories temple vessels, files, treaties, tracks seasons, stores precedent. Memory externalized is one of humanity's great acts of defiance against time. It is an admission that the individual mind is too brief and the world too unstable to hold everything alone. But the same act creates targets. Once knowledge lives in objects, institutions, and lineages, it can be seized, censored, burned, monopolized, mistranslated, or abandoned. The archive is a triumph, but it is also a vulnerability made visible. This is where the ancient story begins to feel uncomfortably modern. Every civilization believes, at least for a while, that its memory system is durable. The palace thinks its tablets will remain in order. The monastery thinks its library is under divine protection. The state thinks its records are secure because it commands armies and walls. The empire thinks translation into its own language is preservation enough. The modern world thinks backup is the same as continuity. But continuity is more than storage. It requires institutions that care, communities that understand, and values that resist the temptation to discard what is not immediately profitable or ideologically convenient. When those fail, memory can vanish even in plain sight. A document unread is one step from a document lost. A language no child learns is already entering the dark. A landscape renamed without its older knowledge becomes a shallower place. A surviving ruin without its context is not a preserved civilization, only its shell. So the story of ancient knowledge erased again and again is not only about destruction, it is about selection. Every society remembers unevenly. It keeps what flatters power, what serves administration, what supports identity, what can be copied cheaply, what fits new beliefs, what survives climate, what attracts patronage, what later scholars are trained to value. Everything else enters danger. This means the ancient past that reaches the present is not neutral. It is curated by accident and conflict as much as by wisdom. We inherit kings more easily than farmers, monuments more easily than songs, imperial records more easily than vernacular instructions, theology more easily than local weather memory, elite languages more easily than ordinary speech. The silence in the archive is not empty. It is structured. It tells us, indirectly, what kinds of knowledge were easiest to destroy and whose memory was considered expendable. That silence hangs over the beginning of our journey like smoke over a burned city. We stand amid fragments, not because ancient people failed to know their world, but because the pathways by which they stored that knowledge were broken again and again by forces both spectacular and mundane. Somewhere in those broken pathways lie lost observations of the sky, lost measurements of rivers, lost pharmacologies, lost epics, lost legal arguments, lost maps of coastlines now changed, lost names for animals that vanished, lost accounts of disasters remembered only as myth, and lost habits of living within difficult landscapes. Some of that knowledge will never return. Some survives in fragments too small to interpret. Some survives invisibly, absorbed into later traditions without clear acknowledgement. Some waits in ruins, in caves, in desert dumps, in shipwrecks, in mountain monasteries, in neglected storerooms, in undeciphered signs, in oral remnants that still have not been fully heard. The ashes in the air are not only from one library or one age, they belong to a pattern as old as civilization itself. Human beings gather knowledge, centralize it, sanctify it, weaponize it, neglect it, and mourn it. They rescue fragments, then lose them again. They inherit ruins and mistake them for beginnings. They forget, recover, translate, misread, preserve, destroy, and start over. To understand how ancient knowledge keeps vanishing, we first have to understand how it became power in the first place, why memory left the body and entered clay, stone, fibre, skin, and ink, and why the moment human beings learned to store knowledge outside themselves, they also created the possibility that entire worlds of understanding could disappear. Long before the first great library burns, before the first archive collapses under war or neglect, knowledge lives in a more fragile and more intimate place. It lives in breath, in repetition, in gesture, in the practiced movement of hands. It lives in the angle at which a hunter reads a hoofprint pressed into damp soil, in the timing of a seed pushed into flood-dark earth, in the memory of a coastline carried by a navigator who has never seen a map because his map is the sky itself. It lives in stories whose rhythm helps them survive, in chants that preserve order through sound, in ritual acts that look symbolic to outsiders, but also encode exact sequences, exact places, exact seasons. For most of human existence, this is how memory works. It is social before it is textual. It is embodied before it is archived. It is distributed through families, age groups, guild-like lineages, ritual specialists, elders, travellers, and those whose authority comes not from owning knowledge, but from carrying it well enough to pass it on. This older world of memory is often underestimated because it leaves fewer permanent traces. Modern habits of thought are biased toward what can be shelved, catalogued, numbered, and cited. Yet oral cultures are not necessarily vague, primitive, or careless with complexity. Many are astonishingly exact. Songlines can carry geography across huge distances. Genealogies can fix social order across generations. Seasonal calendars can be embedded in myth so tightly that environmental timing becomes inseparable from narrative. Ritual language can preserve archaic vocabulary long after ordinary speech changes. What survives in the record suggests that before writing becomes widespread, many societies develop disciplined methods for storing and transmitting information with great reliability, especially when survival depends on precision. Scholars still debate how much can be preserved accurately over very long periods without writing, and the evidence remains incomplete. But there is no serious doubt that human memory in collective form can hold far more than modern, literate societies often assume. And yet oral memory has limits that become increasingly clear as societies grow denser, wealthier, more stratified, and more administratively ambitious. A village can remember obligations through kinship and custom, a city fed by distant fields, taxed by officials, defended by standing troops, and connected to caravan routes cannot rely on memory alone. Once grain must be measured across thousands of households. Once labour must be scheduled for canals and walls. Once offerings must be tallied. Land boundaries confirmed, rations issued, debts recorded, and royal decrees transmitted beyond the range of a single voice. Memory begins to leave the body and settle into matter. This is one of the great turning points in human history, and it does not begin with poetry or philosophy. It begins, rather humbly, with counting. In the earliest cities of Mesopotamia, people face a practical problem that soon becomes a civilizational revolution. Too many goods, too many workers, too many obligations, too many transactions are circulating through temple and palace economies to be tracked informally. Clay tokens may have helped first, small physical markers representing quantities and commodities. Then marks begin to stand in for the tokens themselves. The sign becomes more useful than the object it once represented. Impressions harden into notation. Notation becomes script. Out of this long and unspectacular pressure of management emerges one of humanity's most consequential inventions, writing as stored memory, visible memory, transferable memory, memory that can outlive the speaker and travel without the body that first formed it. It is easy to romanticize the birth of writing as a sudden flowering of imagination, but in many places its earliest uses are intensely administrative. Humans do not first write because they want literature. They write because complexity forces them to. There is something profoundly revealing in that beginning. Civilization does not merely produce knowledge, it produces the need to stabilize it beyond living recall. The first scribes are not just recorders, they are technicians of continuity. They make promises durable, they make inventories retrievable, they make taxation enforceable, law repeatable, dynastic memory official, and ritual less dependent on the uninterrupted perfection of oral performance. A spoken agreement can be denied. A tablet can be produced, a harvest may be remembered vaguely, but a written account claims precision, even when it is partial or manipulated. In this sense, writing does not simply preserve knowledge, it changes the structure of power by changing the structure of memory. Once something is written, the person who controls the writing often controls what counts as real. This is where memory becomes political in a new way. In an oral world, authority can still be centralized, but it remains bound to performers, elders, ritual leaders, and social recognition. In a literate state, authority can be extracted from the body and embedded in institutions. A law code standing in a public place presents itself as permanent, impersonal, almost beyond argument. A king's inscription stretches his voice across distance and time. A tax list reaches farther than an official's personal recall ever could. A priestly calendar coordinates ceremonies not because everyone independently remembers the pattern, but because someone has fixed it in an authoritative form. The archive becomes an extension of the state's nervous system. It allows rulers to see farther, command longer, and remember selectively. Selective memory is the crucial phrase. Writing feels like preservation, but it is always also filtration. The moment a society begins to formalize memory, it must choose what deserves formalization. Grain counts are written. The songs of common laborers often are not. Royal victories are carved in stone. Royal defeats are handled more cautiously. Temple donations are listed with care. The knowledge of women, herders, fisherfolk, healers, or peripheral communities may remain oral, local, or socially devalued. A bureaucracy can remember taxes with remarkable efficiency while forgetting landscapes in which those taxes were made possible. No single explanation fully accounts for which kinds of knowledge enter the archive and which remain outside it, because every culture orders importance differently. Still, the pattern is unmistakable. Writing expands memory, but not evenly. It strengthens some voices precisely by making others easier to ignore. This is one reason scribes become so important so quickly. They are not merely literate individuals. They belong to one of the earliest and most influential knowledge classes in human history. To write in early complex societies is difficult. Scripts are numerous, materials costly, training long, mistakes dangerous. A scribe must learn signs, conventions, formulas, classifications, and often multiple languages or registers. In Mesopotamia, scribal schools produced not just clerks, but an entire way of thinking ordered, categorized, precedent-bound, alert to forms and copies. In Egypt, scribes occupy a social position both practical and symbolic, tied to administration, religion, and prestige. Across the ancient world, wherever literacy remained specialized, the ability to write and interpret text gives access not simply to information, but to sanctioned reality. The one who reads the record can define what the record means. That power has a double edge. The scribe preserves, but the scribe also excludes. If only a minority can read, then the majority depend on interpreters. If sacred texts are held by temple specialists, ordinary believers may never see the full structure behind rituals that order their lives. If legal procedure is written in a specialized idiom, then justice itself passes through a narrow gate. Knowledge outside the archive does not vanish immediately, but it becomes easier to subordinate. The rise of literacy, therefore, does not simply mark enlightenment, it marks concentration. Memory moves from communal circulation into guarded repositories, formal schools, temple rooms, palace offices, and elite households. The world becomes, in one sense, more knowable and, in another, more closed. And yet this closure also enables remarkable expansion. Once memory can be stored externally, it can accumulate in ways oral systems struggle to match at scale. Astronomical observations can be compared across generations. Legal decisions can become precedent rather than recollection. Administrative techniques can standardize over wider territories. Medical or ritual formulations can be copied and checked. Literary traditions can stabilize enough to travel. Mathematics can grow more abstract once symbols need not be held entirely in the mind. In short, writing does not merely save information. It creates the conditions under which information can be layered, revised, criticized, transmitted, and, eventually, lost in larger quantities than ever before. The archive becomes a multiplier of civilization's intelligence, but also of its vulnerability. The more a society stores outside itself, the more catastrophic a break in transmission can become. Consider how subtle this transition must have felt to those living through it. There is no single day when humanity realizes that memory has changed species. Instead, clay accumulates, tablets dry on shelves, ceilings mark ownership and authority. Labels identify jars and rooms, lists become taxonomies, lists of offerings become calendars, lists of kings become history, lists of signs become teaching tools, lists of stars become astronomy in embryo. It is one of the quiet marvels of the ancient world that so much intellectual architecture begins as inventory. The human mind discovers that by arranging, naming, and storing repeatedly, it can build conceptual worlds that outlast the people who started them. Out of ledgers come libraries. Out of accounting habits come literature preserved in fixed forms. Out of bureaucratic memory comes civilization's long conversation with itself. The irony is hard to miss. The same mechanism that gives human societies deeper time also introduces a new fragility. Oral traditions can vanish when communities are broken, but literate traditions can vanish when repositories are destroyed, or when literacy itself narrows too far. A society that entrusts too much to specialists may discover, in crisis, that only a tiny number of people know how to keep memory functioning. If a palace falls, if a priesthood is disbanded, if a script becomes obsolete, if schools stop training successors, then knowledge once stabilized can become inaccessible with shocking speed. In some cases, objects survive while meaning dies. Clay tablets remain, but no one can read the script. Inscriptions stand in the landscape like sealed doors. A text copied for centuries can become a sacred object more than a comprehensible one. Memory is present materially but absent operationally. This helps explain why early states often attach writing to sanctity as well as administration. In Egypt, writing is not just useful, it carries sacred weight. In Mesopotamia, learned practices around omen literature, ritual procedure, and lexical texts give scribal work a semi-sacred prestige. Elsewhere, too, script can be treated as more than a tool. This is not merely superstition. It is a recognition that recording reality confers authority over reality. To write a king's name is to extend his presence. To inscribe a prayer is to make it durable before gods and generations. To fix a boundary stone is to protect land through text as much as through force. The sacred aura around literacy serves many functions, but one of them is obvious. It protects the memory system by placing it under reverence. People are less likely to tamper casually with what is considered holy. Still, reverence cannot solve the deeper problem that stored memory now depends on infrastructure. It requires materials, labor, schools, archives, and stability. Clay must be shaped, papyrus cut, ink mixed, scribes fed, rooms maintained, copies checked, exemplars protected. Knowledge is no longer just a habit of speaking and doing, it is an economy. Someone has to pay for memory. Someone has to decide which memories are worth the cost. A famine, a war, a dynastic change, or a shift in religious policy can therefore alter not only politics but the archive itself. A neglected storeroom may mean more long-term damage than a battlefield. A generation that fails to copy a text may doom it as effectively as any bonfire. There is also a quieter transformation underway. Once writing exists, people begin to imagine permanence differently. A spoken tradition always knows, somewhere deep within itself, that survival depends on living chains of transmission. A written tradition can start to believe that storage equals safety. That belief is understandable but dangerous. A tablet looks durable. A carved inscription looks eternal. A sealed archive feels secure. Yet even the strongest medium survives only within a social system that continues to value it. The stone can be quarried, the tablet dumped, the inscription defaced, the manuscript scraped, the shelf abandoned. Preservation is never automatic. What writing changes most profoundly is not the certainty of memory, but the scale of forgetting when forgetting comes. By the time the first archives take recognizable shape, ancient societies have crossed an invisible threshold. Knowledge is no longer only what people know. It is what institutions can retrieve. It is what trained specialists can decode. It is what rulers can count, what temples can sanctify, what schools can reproduce, what stores of clay, reed, bark, skin, wood, and ink can physically hold. Memory has become a structure, and therefore a prize. To possess it is to organize labor, justify rule, preserve lineage, coordinate ritual, and project power across generations. The rise of writing is often described as the dawn of history, and in one sense it is, but it is also the dawn of archival inequality, curated remembrance, and large-scale erasure. The moment humans begin placing memory into durable objects, they do not merely preserve the past, they begin deciding, with greater consequence than ever before, whose past will survive. The ancient world will soon carve that decision into stone and press it into clay with extraordinary confidence. It will measure stars, codify laws, map flood cycles, reckon tribute, record treaties, preserve hymns, and teach successors through copies of copies. It will also hide, restrict, simplify, and discard. Knowledge will become one of civilization's greatest tools and one of its most contested possessions. From this point on, every archive is both a monument and a filter. Every written tradition, a rescue and a reduction. Every storehouse of memory, a promise shadowed by eventual loss. That is how ancient knowledge first becomes power, and how power begins, almost immediately, to decide what the future will be allowed to remember. Once knowledge leaves the body and enters matter, the ancient world begins testing which kinds of matter can best resist time. Clay proves stubborn, stone proves public, papyrus proves light and portable. Wax tablets can be erased and rewritten. Bark, wood, bone, skin, plaster, metal, cord, pigment, and woven fibers all become, in different places, containers for memory. None is perfect. Each has enemies. Yet together they create something new in human history. A landscape filled with thought made physical. A ruler can stand before a carved wall and declare that his victories will outlast him. A temple can preserve rituals through formula rather than memory alone. A city can count tribute, fix boundaries, and record celestial patterns. The world becomes increasingly covered in signs. Some are humble and practical, some are sacred, some are mathematical, some are warnings, some are songs trapped in visible form, and some are so compressed, so coded by culture that even when they survive, they remain almost impossible for outsiders to fully enter. This is where ancient knowledge begins to take on one of its most fascinating and troubling forms. It is not merely written down, it is embedded. A wall is not just decorated, it is instructional. A temple axis is not just architectural, it is cosmological. A calendar inscription is not just ceremonial, it may encode astronomy, dynastic legitimacy, agricultural timing, and ritual obligation all at once. The record becomes dense. To modern eyes, that density can look ornamental, mystical, or excessive, but within its own world it is often exact. A carved sequence may mark a lineage of rulers and a theory of order. A mathematical tablet may solve practical surveying problems while also training the mind in abstraction. A set of star names may guide both ritual timekeeping and seasonal labour. Ancient knowledge often lives in forms that do not separate science, religion, governance, and symbolism as sharply as modern categories do. That does not make the knowledge less real. It means the container itself must be understood on its own terms. Mesopotamia offers one of the clearest early examples. There, clay tablets carry a bewildering range of material administrative accounts, legal formulas, omen series, school exercises, lexical lists, letters, treaties, myths, epics, mathematical problems, and astronomical observations. The sheer breadth is remarkable. What survives in the record suggests an intellectual culture intensely concerned with classification. Scribes do not merely note transactions. They organize the world by listing signs, professions, animals, cities, stones, plants, and divine names. This may seem dry at first glance, but classification is one of the foundations of durable knowledge. To list is to compare. To compare is to notice structure. To notice structure is to begin building systems that outlast immediate use. Even the school text, copied by a tired apprentice in a tablet house, becomes part of a civilizational machine for transmitting order. At the same time, Much of this knowledge is not open in any modern sense. Literacy remains specialized. Technical texts often require training to interpret. Omen literature, for instance, may look irrational to modern readers, but it reflects careful habits of observation linked to statecraft and cosmic order. Astronomical records become increasingly sophisticated over time, yet their practical use remains bound to elite institutions. Mathematics can reach striking levels of complexity, including place value methods and advanced calculations, but it circulates within scribal environments rather than through broad public education. Knowledge is preserved, yes, but it is preserved within controlled channels. That pattern will recur across the ancient world with persistent force. Egypt does something similar in a different register. There, stone becomes memory's most theatrical medium. Monumental inscriptions proclaim kingship, divine favour, military success, and cosmic order with immense confidence. Tomb walls display offerings, labour, river life, banquets, crafts, and funerary texts designed to guide the dead beyond death. Temple walls preserve rituals, hymns, donations, celestial sealings, calendrical details, and theological relationships in visual and verbal layers. Papyrus expands the range further, holding administrative records, literary compositions, medical texts, legal documents, and instructions for the afterlife. The result is not a single archive, but an ecosystem of memory, divided across materials, institutions, and purposes. Stone speaks publicly and with authority. Papyrus circulates more flexibly. Ritual specialists preserve the logic connecting both. Here too, restriction matters. Egyptian writing exists in multiple registers, from formal hieroglyphs to more practical cursive forms, and mastery of them is not general. Much is designed for temple, court, or tomb. Knowledge about measurement, medicine, ritual, land administration, and astronomy certainly exists, but access is structured by rank and institution. This becomes one of the great paradoxes of ancient knowledge. Civilizations build astonishingly durable records while simultaneously limiting the number of people who can fully use them. A carved text may survive 3,000 years, yet in its own time only a narrow class may have read it deeply. Durability and exclusivity often grow together. Across the ancient Americas, a different but equally sophisticated pattern appears. Maya inscriptions record dynasties, warfare, ritual events, calendrical cycles, and celestial observations with an intricacy that later scholars would spend generations trying to decode. Their screenfold books, painted with codified symbols and figures, appear to have contained complex astronomical, ritual, and historical information. The surviving examples are few, heartbreakingly few, because later destruction was so severe. But even those fragments reveal extraordinary intellectual ambition. Time itself is tracked through interlocking systems of great precision. Political events are placed within cosmic patterns. The visible page becomes a compact machine for linking heaven, kingship, number, and ceremony. Yet here too, this is not common public literacy in the modern sense. Courtly and priestly specialists anchor much of the tradition. When those institutions are broken, the chain of meaning becomes dangerously fragile. Ancient China, with its oracle bones, bronze inscriptions, bamboo slips, silk manuscripts, and later vast textual traditions, shows another route by which knowledge becomes materially distributed and institutionally guarded. Divination records preserve political concerns alongside ritual procedure. Administrative writing expands with state formation. philosophical schools emerge. Historical writing develops in ways that deeply shape later governance and memory. But the larger pattern remains familiar. The growth of written knowledge strengthens continuity while also making it dependent on court, school, archive, and canon. What is copied endures, what is excluded narrows, what is standardized gains reach. What is not standardized may survive locally or vanish quietly. Even where no large archive survives, ancient knowledge often enters landscapes and structures in ways that are easy to underestimate. Megalithic arrangements, road systems, irrigation works, terraced hillsides, navigational traditions, alignments with solar or lunar events, urban grid plans, and hydraulic engineering all imply bodies of technical understanding that may never have been fully written down, or whose written components are lost. A canal running at the right gradient across difficult terrain is not an accident. A terrace system stabilizing slopes and moisture across generations is not simple trial and error in any shallow sense. A building oriented to seasonal light may combine ritual symbolism with careful observation. The challenge for modern interpreters is that material success survives more easily than explanation. We can see that something was done well. We cannot always see the full chain of reasoning that taught people how to do it. This is why ancient monuments can mislead modern imagination. People stand before massive stones, precise alignments, or urban infrastructure and leap immediately to impossible explanations because they underestimate the cumulative power of organized labor, inherited skill, and technical cultures that do not look modern. Unsupported theories flourish most easily where the archive is thin, yet the more grounded view is often more impressive. Ancient builders did not need alien intervention or mystical energy devices. They needed long continuity, disciplined transmission, careful observation, social organization, and enough institutional support to pass methods across generations. The real mystery is not that they did impossible things. It is that they did difficult, brilliant things using knowledge systems that were often partly hidden, materially vulnerable, and socially restricted. That restriction can take overt and subtle forms. Some knowledge is literally secret, reserved for priests, healers, court astronomers, initiates, or lineage specialists. Some is not secret but is hard to access because materials are expensive and schooling limited. Some is encoded in symbolic language that requires initiation to unpack. Some is embedded in ritual performance, where the sequence matters as much as the words. Some is hidden in plain sight because later cultures inherit the outer form but lose the conceptual framework beneath it. A ceremony continues, but no one remembers the environmental logic it once carried. A calendar remains, but its astronomical basis becomes hazy. A medicinal recipe survives, but the habitat of its key ingredient changes or disappears. Knowledge can remain materially present while functionally fading long before total erasure occurs. Stone, especially as it creates an illusion of permanence. An inscription on basalt or granite feels final, immovable, almost immune to history. But stone preserves unevenly. It favors the formal, the public, the ideological, the commemorative. Everyday technical knowledge is less often carved into monumental surfaces. A king engraves victories, not minor agricultural adjustments in one flood-prone district. A boundary stele may survive while the oral land practices around it vanish. Temple walls preserve offering formulas while practical craft traditions remain in workshops, apprenticeships, and household transmission. This means the harder a civilization writes itself into stone, the more modern readers risk mistaking official memory for total memory. We hear the loudest voice and assume it's the only one that mattered. Clay tells a different story, because so much Mesopotamian writing was pressed into small tablets for practical use. A wider slice of life survives there than in many other ancient literate settings. Yet even this survival is accidental and uneven. Archives are scattered by collapse. Tablets are broken, displaced, or preserved out of context. Entire genres may still be missing. The evidence remains incomplete, and scholars still debate how representative surviving collections truly are. But Clay does reveal something profound. Ancient knowledge is often cumulative in surprisingly modern ways. Astronomical observations build on earlier observations. Lexical traditions preserve standard forms. Mathematical exercises train procedure across generations. Commentarial habits emerge. There is, in other words, an intellectual continuity that can be hard to see if one only imagines the ancient world as myth and monument. The same is true in other regions, though the surviving record varies wildly. In South Asia, texts preserved through manuscript traditions and oral recitation contain layers of ritual, linguistic, philosophical, medical, and mathematical thought. Yet their deep history is shaped by transmission, redaction, and material loss. In the Mediterranean, Greek and later Roman traditions preserve philosophy, science, history, drama, engineering, and law. But again through chains of copying that are far thinner than most people assume. What survives can feel abundant until one remembers how much is known only from references, summaries, and fragments. In the Andes, administrative systems may have used media and logics very different from alphabetic writing, and debates continue over how fully modern scholarship has grasped them. No single model fits every civilization. What unites them is the same danger. Knowledge becomes durable enough to accumulate, but never durable enough to be safe. As these systems mature, another pattern becomes visible. The more valuable knowledge becomes, the more it is guarded. Courts want exclusive access to omen interpretation, legal precedent, taxation records, military logistics, foreign correspondence, and the specialized techniques that reinforce state power. Temples guard rituals because ritual underwrites legitimacy. Specialist healers guard remedies because expertise confers status and trust. Guild-like crafts preserve methods through apprenticeship because value lies partly in scarcity. Secrecy is not always sinister. Often it is simply how skill communities maintain coherence, but it has consequences. Knowledge held tightly by narrow groups can achieve precision, yet it is also more easily severed by plague, war, displacement, or political purge. A broad tradition can fray and still survive. A narrow one may break all at once. So ancient knowledge, in this phase of the story, is becoming both stronger and more brittle. It is carved into stone, pressed into clay, painted onto bark, copied onto papyrus, memorized in formula, embedded in architecture, and aligned with stars. It is increasingly capable of crossing generations. It can now outlive individual teachers by centuries. But it also depends on institutions, specialists, materials, and social stability with greater intensity than before. A temple school must keep functioning. A scribal class must keep reproducing itself. A ruling system must keep valuing the archive. If any of those weaken, the visible traces may remain while the living intelligence behind them begins to thin. That is the uneasy beauty of this ancient world of stone and clay. It is full of confidence, full of exactness, full of systems built to endure. But under that confidence lies a hidden risk. The knowledge preserved there is rarely democratic, rarely simple, and never invulnerable. It belongs to real human networks, and those networks can be broken. The records are durable enough to dazzle later ages, yet fragile enough that one conquest, one ideological turn, one climate shift, one collapse of schools, or one long interval of neglect can reduce a thriving intellectual tradition to a puzzle. The ancient world is now storing remarkable things. It is also, without quite knowing it, preparing future ruins. By the time knowledge has been carved into stone, pressed into clay, copied onto papyrus, painted into codices, and embedded in the geometry of temples and cities, another transformation is underway. Memory is no longer simply a tool for survival or ritual continuity. It is becoming something states deliberately collect. Kings begin to understand that conquest does not end with tribute, land, and labor. It also includes the capture of scribes, the seizure of archives, the absorption of calendars, the control of sacred texts, the monopolizing of law, and the quiet but powerful act of deciding which versions of reality will be preserved under imperial rule. Knowledge, once dispersed across local traditions and specialist communities, is increasingly pulled towards centers of power. The archive becomes imperial. This is one of the most consequential shifts in the whole story. A city-state may keep records because it must govern itself. An empire gathers records because it must govern many worlds at once. It must know harvest cycles in one region, troop levies in another, border routes in another, tax customs in another, religious sensitivities in another. It must communicate across languages, standardize weights and measures, maintain roads, regulate grain, count households, and calculate obligations over distances no single oral chain could manage. The result is a hunger for information unlike anything seen before. Empires do not merely inherit knowledge, they organize campaigns to concentrate it. They summon scholars, translators, diviners, surveyors, physicians, engineers, accountants, and scribes into service. They collect texts as they collect provinces. They turn learning into infrastructure. Mesopotamian and Near Eastern empires make this visible early. Palace archives swell with correspondence, treaties, omens, administrative records, military reports, and scholarly series. A ruler who can access standardized intelligence about provinces and rivals gains an advantage not just in war, but in endurance. The Neo-Assyrian world, in particular, reveals how deeply scholarship and statecraft can intertwine. Royal courts do not treat learned specialists as decorative luxuries. They use them. Omen scholars advise on danger and legitimacy. Scribes process vast streams of information. Letters move between center and periphery, carrying warnings, requests, inventories, and instructions. Under rulers such as Ashurbanipal, collecting tablets becomes something like a royal project of control and prestige. His famous library at Nineveh, though called a library in modern terms, is not simply a peaceful house of books. It is part archive, part scholarly repository, part instrument of imperial self-fashioning. Texts from older traditions are gathered, copied, and organized under state power. Wisdom itself is annexed. There is a grandeur to this, and also an obvious danger. When knowledge is drawn into the center, it can accumulate at extraordinary scale. Texts that might otherwise remain scattered can be copied side by side. Commentaries can grow. Lexical traditions can be compared. Ritual procedures can be standardized. Astronomical observations can be preserved with greater continuity. A court backed by wealth and coercive reach can protect and amplify intellectual labor in ways smaller societies cannot. Yet the same concentration creates a single point of failure. If the centre falls, enormous amounts may fall with it. A village tradition can die quietly and locally. An imperial archive can vanish in a way that wounds whole regions of memory at once. Egypt offers another version of the same pattern. There, temple complexes, state administrations, and elite institutions gather not only taxes and decrees, but cosmological order itself. To rule is to maintain mat, a concept often translated as order, balance, or rightness. And writing becomes one of the ways that order is fixed and displayed. Administration, ritual, theology, and kingship reinforce one another through controlled knowledge. Temple estates hold records. Priests preserve rituals and calendars. Officials map land after the Nile floods. Tombs encode ideals of continuity and legitimate memory. The state's capacity to remember is part of the state's claim to govern. Knowledge is not neutral. It legitimizes the structure that houses it. This imperial use of knowledge expands dramatically in the Eastern Mediterranean and Hellenistic world. Conquest does not simply destroy, it also gathers. Alexander's campaigns open routes through which texts, techniques, observations, and scholars move more widely than before, though often under violent conditions. After the conquests, kingdoms founded by his successors compete not only in military terms but in patronage, prestige, and control over centres of learning. Nowhere has this competition become more symbolic than in Ptolemaic Alexandria. The city stands at the meeting point of Egyptian depth and Greek imperial ambition, and its famous library and associated scholarly culture come to represent a new scale of intellectual concentration. Whatever the legends exaggerate, the broader reality is clear enough. States now imagine that gathering the world's texts is a form of power. That ambition matters. A ruler who collects books is not just indulging curiosity, he is claiming universality. To assemble works on philosophy, medicine, drama, mathematics, geography, language, and law from many lands is to imply that the empire can contain the world in thought as well as territory. The library becomes a mirror of empire, an ordered version of conquest. Scholars edit texts, compare variants, classify authors, establish canonical versions, and produce tools of learning that shape centuries to come. This is one of the great paradoxes of concentrated knowledge. Imperial patronage can create real brilliance. It can preserve and refine traditions with astonishing care. But it also places them inside political structures that are unstable, jealous, and often violent. What is gathered under one dynasty may be neglected, contested, or destroyed under another. The same logic reaches beyond the Mediterranean. In ancient China, imperial and court-centered traditions increasingly bind governance to text, classification, and canon. The state does not merely wield armies, it defines authorized knowledge, historical writing, administrative records, philosophical traditions, ritual norms, legal systems, and technical expertise are shaped by the degree to which they align with institutions of rule. This does not mean all knowledge is centralized equally, nor that local traditions disappear, but the center matters enormously. When courts sponsor compilation, standardization, and archives, they can stabilize transmission across remarkable stretches of time. When courts purge, burn, or narrow what counts as legitimate, the consequences can also echo for centuries. Scholars still debate the scale and symbolism of some famous episodes, including later accounts of text destruction and canon enforcement. But the larger pattern is unmistakable. The closer knowledge sits to power, the more vulnerable it becomes to shifts in power. Rome inherits and extends many of these habits in a practical imperial style. Roman power is not usually romanticized as a civilization of libraries in the way Alexandria is, but empire on that scale still depends on records, law, military logistics, engineering knowledge, census practices, tax systems, and the maintenance of written communication across huge distances. Roads, aqueducts, frontier systems, city administration, and legal authority all require organized memory. The Roman world also absorbs and repackages Greek intellectual traditions, preserving much while also filtering it through Roman priorities. A civilization can be both a custodian and a reducer. It can save works by copying them into its own educational framework while allowing others to disappear. This is how empires often preserve selectively, usefully, and never without hierarchy. What makes these imperial centers so impressive is exactly what makes them dangerous. They are efficient at aggregation. They draw in talent from the provinces. They create archives large enough to seem almost permanent. They standardize scripts, calendars, legal forms, and educational traditions. They fund copying. They reward commentators. They make certain kinds of knowledge portable. All of that is real, yet every advantage depends on a hidden assumption, namely that the center will remain intact, funded, and valued. Once that assumption fails, the concentration that once strengthened learning becomes a liability. The palace archive burns, the temple is stripped, the scholars disperse, the patronage collapses, the roads are no longer safe, copying slows. Administrative records become useless to successor states organized on different principles. The library that symbolized universality now sits exposed like a granary in a famine. This vulnerability is not merely physical, it is conceptual. Imperial systems prefer legibility. They value what can be counted, filed, translated, categorized, and made serviceable to rule. That means many forms of knowledge enter the center only in altered form. Local ecological memory might be reduced to tax potential. Indigenous place names might be replaced by administrative labels. Ritual knowledge might be translated into imperial terminology that strips away context. Oral traditions might be ignored entirely unless they can be turned into ethnographic curiosities or politically useful genealogies. So when an empire claims to gather the world's wisdom, it is never gathering everything equally. It gathers what it can see, what it can use, and what its own institutions recognize as valid. In doing so, it often weakens the status of knowledge that remains outside the archive, making future erasure more likely. The same problem appears inside elite scholarship itself. A royal or courtly centre often encourages copying and commentary, but it can also foster canon formation so strong that marginal works fall away. Once schools agree on which texts matter most, scribes spend resources reproducing those texts at the expense of others. This is understandable. Copying is laborious. Storage is finite. Educational systems need priorities. Yet over generations, canon becomes a machine of loss. Hundreds of works may survive only as titles because they cease to be taught. Technical manuals may disappear because they seemed too narrow. Alternative interpretations may vanish because one school won institutional backing. Women's voices, provincial compositions, vernacular genres, and practical handbooks often fare badly in such environments unless they attach themselves to dominant structures. Empire preserves a lot, but it also trims memory aggressively. There is a quieter human consequence too. The farther knowledge travels toward the center, the more it can be detached from the local conditions that gave it life. A botanical remedy written into an imperial collection may lose the embodied knowledge of harvesting and preparation. A navigational tradition recorded by outsiders may preserve route names but not the felt experience of winds and currents. A legal custom abstracted into imperial law may lose the negotiation practices that made it workable. A calendrical system adopted for prestige may be copied accurately but no longer tied to the horizon markers or agricultural rhythms that once made it intelligible. This is one reason rediscovered texts can remain frustratingly incomplete. The words survive, but the world around the words does not. And still, for all these limitations, imperial centers genuinely expand what memory can do. They bring ideas into contact, they sponsor translation, they preserve older works that would otherwise vanish in local collapse. They create educational lineages capable of carrying mathematics, medicine, astronomy, grammar, and literature across centuries. It would be wrong to paint them only as predators. They are also engines of synthesis. The problem is that synthesis is expensive and fragile. It depends on court budgets, secure transport, administrative discipline, and social legitimacy. A famine can thin personnel, a succession crisis can interrupt patronage, a foreign invasion can destroy the physical archive, a religious shift can turn treasured materials into suspect relics. Because so much has been centralized, failure at the top radiates downward with unusual force. This is why later ages so often imagine lost golden centers of knowledge: Nineveh, Alexandria, Chang'an, Rome, great temple complexes, imperial capitals, royal scriptoria. Palace schools, these places loom because they gathered so much that their damage became visible across history. But the mythology of the centre can obscure something important. Knowledge did not only exist there, it also lived in provincial workshops, local shrines, merchants' routines, mariners' habits, household medicine, village calendars, itinerant teachers, peripheral monasteries, and oral communities far from royal walls. Empires drew from those worlds constantly, often without acknowledging the debt. When the centre fell, some fragments survived precisely because they had not all been captured. The centre magnified knowledge, but it never fully contained it. Still, the imperial habit changed the stakes forever. Once states learned to hoard wisdom, the destruction of knowledge could become a geopolitical act. To sack a city was not only to seize wealth, it was to break memory. To capture scribes was to capture administration. To destroy temples was to disrupt calendrical and ritual continuity. To scatter scholars was to dissolve trained interpretation. This is why archives and learned communities become targets in times of upheaval, not always first, not always intentionally, but often enough that the pattern is unmistakable. Power understands, sooner or later, that controlling the past is part of controlling the future. So in this phase of the ancient story, knowledge becomes heavier. It acquires walls, budgets, prestige, and guard rooms. It sits under royal patronage and temple sanction. It becomes a prize of empire and a badge of legitimacy. That allows it to grow with extraordinary force, but it also ties its fate to conquest, ideology, and state stability. The archive at the centre of power is never only a storehouse. It is a declaration that memory belongs to those who rule, and because it is a declaration, it invites challengers. It can be envied, copied, plundered, dismantled, or burned. The empire that hoards wisdom may seem stronger than ever, yet in gathering so much into one place, it is quietly teaching history how to wound it. For all the grandeur of imperial archives and the confidence of carved stone, Ancient knowledge remains trapped inside objects that fail with humiliating ease. A civilization may imagine memory as monumental, but the daily reality of preservation is painfully ordinary. Roofs leak, rodents nest, mold blooms in corners, insects eat glue, reed, leather, wood, and cloth. A room sealed against theft may still be vulnerable to damp. A library built to honour kings may sit one bad season away from quiet ruin. Even the most celebrated ancient centres of learning depend on maintenance so repetitive and unglamorous that later memory almost never records it properly. Someone has to sweep. Someone has to reorder. Someone has to copy fading text before it fades too far. Someone has to replace baskets, mend bindings, inspect walls, move materials away from moisture, keep fires controlled, keep political patrons interested, keep trained people available to read what is already there. If any of that slackens, preservation begins to fail long before catastrophe arrives. This is one of the hardest things for modern imagination to hold on to. We remember ancient knowledge through masterpieces and symbols, vast libraries, royal inscriptions, sacred manuscripts, legendary scholars, famous codices. But the survival of knowledge rarely depends on grandeur alone. It depends on routine. The archive is not saved by reverence so much as by labour repeated across generations. A text preserved for 600 years is really 600 years of uninterrupted attention. That is a staggering demand for any society, especially one subject to war, succession crises, crop failures, epidemics, and shifts in language or belief. Scholars still debate how much material once existed compared with what survives. But there is broad agreement on one point: the scale of loss is immense, not because every library was deliberately destroyed, but because preservation is one of the most fragile long-term achievements human beings ever attempt. Material alone decides much of the story. Clay tablets can survive millennia if fired, buried, or simply left in favourable conditions, though they crack, fragment, and scatter easily. Stone can endure outdoors, but inscriptions weather, surfaces sprawl, and whole blocks are hauled away for reuse in later buildings. Papyrus is wonderfully portable and efficient, yet thrives only in certain dry conditions. In damp climates it decays rapidly. Parchment is durable, but expensive, which encourages reuse. Wood rots, bamboo splits, silk perishes, ink fades, leather shrinks and hardens, bark codices absorb moisture and mildew. Woven recording systems or fibre-based media may survive only in extremely favourable environments, and even then often without the full interpretive context needed to read them. Every medium that expands memory also carries a timetable of vulnerability. The dream of permanence is always being negotiated with climate. Climate is one of the great hidden editors of history. Egypt's desert has preserved texts and tomb goods that would have vanished almost anywhere else. Mesopotamia's clay, especially when baked by accidental fire, has left behind archives whose survival often feels like a paradoxical gift of destruction. In wetter regions, the ancient written record is often far thinner, not because people knew less, but because their materials died faster. This creates a distorted map of intelligence. Dry places seem more articulate than humid ones. Stone-built states appear more legible than wood and fibre civilizations. What survives in the record suggests a profound caution. Absence of evidence is often absence of preservation, not absence of thought. Entire knowledge traditions may have flourished in ecologies hostile to their long-term survival. Their disappearance can look like primitiveness to later observers, when it is really a preservation bias built into weather, soil, and time. Even where climate is favourable, copying remains the central problem. A text does not survive because one copy survives for centuries untouched. Most texts survive because people keep making new copies before older ones fail. This introduces another layer of fragility. Every copying tradition depends on literacy, institutional continuity, exemplars, and labour. It also introduces mistakes. Letters are skipped, lines are duplicated, marginal notes drift into the main text, glosses become canon. Obsolete words are silently replaced. A scribe, trying to clarify, may actually distort. A tired hand can alter a technical instruction enough to make it useless. A damaged exemplar may force guesses. Over generations, a work can survive and still change shape profoundly. Preservation is never perfect freezing. It is controlled mutation under pressure. The more specialized a text, the greater the danger. A famous epic may be copied because it is valued widely. A tax register may survive if it remains administratively useful. A ritual text may endure if priesthoods continue, but a narrow engineering manual, a local plant guide, a practical harbour log, or a minor astronomical commentary is at the mercy of perceived importance. If it is not copied in the right century by the right institution, it slips away. This is one reason so much ancient knowledge seems to disappear unevenly. Civilizations do not lose everything equally. They tend to preserve what later copyists still recognize as sacred, prestigious, educational, or politically useful. Everything else drifts towards silence. A culture can therefore preserve its kings and gods while forgetting large portions of its practical intelligence. Physical organization matters too. Ancient archives are rarely the serene, climate-controlled spaces modern people imagine. Some are temple storerooms, some are palace offices, some are collections in baskets, jars, niches, cupboards, or upper rooms vulnerable to smoke, pests, and water intrusion. Some are working repositories, frequently accessed and therefore exposed to wear. Others are ceremonial or funerary deposits, sealed but inaccessible. Libraries are not all alike, nor are they always orderly. A hurried evacuation, a regime change, a building collapse, or simple neglect can scramble collections beyond easy recovery, even before materials are fully destroyed. Tablets lose context when shelves collapse. Scrolls become anonymous when tags are lost. Pages separate from codices. Bundles mix. One of the cruelest forms of erasure is not total destruction, but disorganization. A text survives physically, yet loses the metadata that made it meaningful. Language change adds another silent pressure. A document can be perfectly preserved and still become effectively inaccessible if the script, vocabulary, or cultural references fall out of use. This is not yet the full problem of undeciphered writing, which will come later, but it already haunts the archive. Technical terms become obscure, archaic grammar feels difficult, ritual formulas are repeated by memory without full comprehension. A prestigious old language may be copied because it is holy or classical, even as fewer people truly understand it. This creates traditions that survive materially but narrow intellectually. The record remains, the interpretation thins. Over time, a civilization may inherit its own past as something half legible. Political instability worsens all of this because archives need confidence in the future. Copying texts is an investment. Training scribes is an investment. Maintaining storage spaces is an investment. Small states in crisis, temples under fiscal pressure, courts facing succession disputes, and local communities struggling with famine are less likely to spend scarce energy on preserving old records unless those records have immediate use. In such moments, old manuscripts may be sold, recycled, looted, or ignored. The parchment scraped for reuse in a monastery or court office is not always a sign of barbarism. Often it is a sign of scarcity. People choose what seems most necessary at the time. Posterity is almost never the hungriest person in the room. This is also why war is only one part of the story. Fire is dramatic, and siege leaves visible scars, but neglect probably destroys more knowledge than conquest ever does. A library can survive an invasion and still vanish over the next century through indifference. A temple archive can remain standing while its trained personnel dwindle and its texts quietly decay. A script can persist in ceremonial form while fewer and fewer readers can handle the full corpus. No single explanation fully accounts for how ancient knowledge disappears because it is usually a layered process. The building may survive while the language weakens, the copying slows, the budget shrinks, the authority shifts, and the local climate does the rest. By the time later generations notice the loss, it can feel mysterious, almost magical, as though the knowledge simply evaporated. In reality, it usually died by accumulation of small failures. One of the more sobering details is how often preservation depends on marginal places rather than celebrated centres. A text too ordinary to be honoured in a capital may survive in a remote monastery because someone happened to copy it there. A papyrus discarded in an Egyptian rubbish heap may outlast more dignified collections because dry sand seals it away. A cache hidden in a cave during unrest may preserve materials otherwise doomed. A provincial archive may survive because no one found it worth looting. Survival is not meritocratic, it is opportunistic. The most profound work can perish, while the most trivial memo survives by accident. Historians know this well, which is why every reconstruction of the past carries humility. The archive is not a transparent window, it is a wreck site. The wreck site can be especially deceptive when we look at elite literature. Many ancient authors known by name are represented only by fragments quoted in later works. Entire genres survive in lopsided form. The tragedies of one playwright endure because schools copied them, while rivals disappear. Philosophical schools dominate not always because they were the only serious voices, but because their texts travelled better through later institutions. Medical, geographic, and technical writing often survives in excerpted or translated form, sometimes stripped of context. What later ages call the canon is often just the subset that cleared a brutal obstacle course of material luck, institutional preference, and continuous recopying. Outside formal texts, the losses grow even more severe. Oral knowledge tied to specific communities is exquisitely vulnerable when these communities are displaced, conquered, enslaved, converted, or assimilated. A farming people may carry exact seasonal knowledge not in books but in practices, place names, songs, and ceremonies. Break the chain of teaching and the knowledge thins within a generation. The same is true for navigators, healers, craftspeople, herders, fisherfolk, and ritual specialists. Ancient memory is not located only in archives. It also lives in landscapes, bodies, and repeated acts. When those are disrupted, the loss may leave little visible ruin. There is no dramatic burned library, only a silence where competence used to be. This has profound consequences for how civilizations remember themselves. What lasts best tends to be formal, elite, monumental, or accidentally preserved. What disappears fastest is often local, embodied, and practical. So the ancient past reaches us with a bias built into its bones. We inherit royal inscriptions more easily than irrigation habits, temple theology more easily than women's household medicine, law codes more easily than negotiation customs, monumental calendars more easily than vernacular weather memory. Scholars work tirelessly to read against that bias, drawing on archaeology, environmental evidence, residue analysis, tool marks, plant remains, human bones, and settlement patterns to recover lost forms of knowledge. Still, the imbalance remains. The archive is louder about power than about practice. There is something almost tragic about how much intelligence can be lost through simple, material exhaustion. A civilization may map stars for centuries, but if its observation records are not copied into a new medium or absorbed into living institutions, they can vanish. A society may develop resilient building techniques tuned to earthquakes, floods, or heat. Yet if urban form changes and apprenticeship chains break, later inhabitants may rebuild less wisely on the same ground. Ancient medicine may contain empirically useful remedies mixed with ritual language, modern readers dismiss too quickly. If the practice tradition dies, we are left with names of plants we cannot identify confidently, or procedures whose sequencing no longer makes sense. The evidence remains incomplete, and scholars are often forced to infer function from fragmentary remains. Sometimes they are right, sometimes the lost context is too deep, and that, perhaps, is the central truth of the fragile archive. Ancient knowledge is not only threatened by enemies outside the walls, it is threatened by the ordinary conditions of being stored at all. To preserve memory beyond the body is an astonishing achievement, but it means entrusting meaning to materials that rot, crack, fade, and depend on institutions as mortal as the people inside them. Every archive contains, hidden within its order, the possibility of future silence. Every shelf is a wager against damp, war, expense, language shift, ideological change, and time. Some wagers pay off for centuries, none pay off forever. This is why the destruction that later arrives in flame and siege is so devastating. It does not strike a perfectly secure world. It strikes systems already living on maintenance, selection, and luck. The library burns, yes, but the deeper tragedy is that so much of what burns had survived long enough to become irreplaceable. There may be no second copy. There may be no readers elsewhere. The lost room may contain a whole branch of commentary, observation, or local memory that never entered the grand canonical stream. Once that is gone, reconstruction becomes guesswork. The fragility has always been there. Catastrophe merely exposes it all at once. Then, at certain moments, the long, slow danger of decay gives way to something far more violent. A city wall is breached. Gates splinter. Roofs begin to burn not because time has worn them down, but because men have chosen to turn fire into policy, panic, punishment, or accident amid war. An archive that might have survived another 300 years under ordinary neglect instead meets a single afternoon of chaos. The people running through the streets do not know whether the flames will stop at the market, the temple, the palace, or the library. They know only that smoke changes everything. In that smoke lies one of the most terrifying facts in the history of knowledge, centuries of observation. Copying, correction, and teaching can be reduced to silence faster than a city can fall. The ancient world is full of these moments. Though the details are rarely as neat as legend later prefers, popular memory loves a single culprit, a single blaze, a single act of barbarism that explains why wisdom vanished. Real history is usually messier. Libraries burn in stages, archives are damaged, looted, dispersed, neglected, partially recovered, then struck again. Some collections survive conquest surprisingly well. Others are destroyed not by enemies but by civil conflict, accident, urban crowding, or the repurposing of buildings after regimes change. Scholars still debate the exact sequence and scale of losses in many famous cases, and the evidence remains incomplete, but the pattern itself is beyond dispute. Warfare and political collapse repeatedly create sudden silence where long continuity once existed. The fall of great Bronze Age centres offers one early and sobering example. In the Eastern Mediterranean and Near East, the end of the Late Bronze Age around the late 2nd millennium BCE does not merely topple palaces, it tears through the administrative systems that made those palaces legible. Linear B tablets in Mycenaean Greece survive largely because fires baked them hard, just as the palace economies that produced them were collapsing. It is one of history's cruel ironies that we know as much as we do about these administrations, partly because the buildings were destroyed. Yet what survives is only a frozen fraction, mostly records from the final moments of functioning systems. The wider living world behind them, its full oral context, local expertise, craft knowledge, and whatever perishable records once accompanied the tablets is largely gone. The archive survives as debris from collapse, and collapse itself ensures that the tradition does not continue. The same logic appears again and again in Mesopotamia. Palaces fall, cities are sacked, archives are buried, and yet some tablets survive precisely because destruction accidentally preserves clay. But accidental preservation should not be mistaken for continuity. A burned archive is not a living library. It is a ruin of memory. Once scribal schools are disrupted, administrative chains broken, and court or temple institutions shattered, whole traditions can narrow drastically even if many tablets remain in the ground. To later archaeologists, a room of fallen tablets is a miracle. To the people who lost it, it was evidence that a functioning system of thought and governance had been severed. Fire may save the object while killing the world the object belonged to. Nothing symbolizes this more powerfully than Nineveh. When the Assyrian capital falls in 612 BCE, the destruction is political, military, and civilizational at once. The empire that had drawn knowledge toward its center becomes the victim of the same concentration that once empowered it. Ashurbanipal's great collection survives in fragments because tablets are durable, but the imperial machinery that gathered, copied, interpreted, and deployed them is broken. The destruction is not merely local damage to a building, it is the collapse of a system in which scholarship, kingship, omen interpretation, administration, and imperial reach had been intertwined. The tablets remain as an astonishing inheritance to the future, but the continuity of Assyrian learned culture as a state-backed project ends there. The silence afterward is not total, but it is unmistakable. Elsewhere, the losses are far less generous. Scroll-based cultures suffer with brutal finality when fire strikes. A clay tablet dropped in rubble may still be readable millennia later, a papyrus scroll exposed to flame, water, trampling, and weather is usually finished. This is why the destruction of libraries in the Mediterranean has haunted imagination so deeply. The image of burning scrolls is not just visually tragic, it reflects a material truth. Entire corpora can disappear in hours if their medium is light, dry, and densely stored. Alexandria became the supreme symbol of that danger, not because one single dramatic moment explains all its losses, but because the city represented the possibility that gathered world knowledge could be centralized on a scale large enough to inspire awe and vulnerable enough to be diminished by politics, war, and time. The Library of Alexandria is perhaps history's most famous example of knowledge imagined at the edge of fire, and also one of its most misunderstood. Popular culture often prefers a single catastrophic burning that neatly ends ancient wisdom. The reality is almost certainly more complicated. Ancient sources point to damage at different times under different circumstances, and later, embellishment has thickened the haze. Scholars still debate how large the collections really were, how they were distributed between institutions, what exactly was lost in each episode, and how much survived in related scholarly networks. But even stripped of myth, Alexandria reveals something essential. Knowledge concentrated under political patronage is never insulated from political turbulence. Civil war, imperial intervention, religious conflict, urban unrest, administrative decline, and changing priorities can all wound a great centre without requiring one final theatrical apocalypse. The true tragedy may not have been one fire, but attrition through repeated shocks. If Alexandria became a symbol, Herculaneum became a kind of frozen warning. There the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 CE carbonized a library of papyrus scrolls in a villa buried by volcanic material. Unlike the imagined flames of war, this was disaster from Earth itself. Yet the effect is strangely similar. Texts survive physically, but in blackened, fragile forms almost impossible to read for centuries. The archive is both saved and lost at once. Only modern imaging and painstaking work begin to recover some of the words. Herculaneum reminds us that destruction need not erase every object to destroy access. A text can remain materially present and still enter near total silence if catastrophe alters it beyond readability. This liminal state, surviving but inaccessible, is one of the recurring afterlives of ancient knowledge. Military destruction, however, has its own special brutality because it often targets the very institutions that anchor continuity. When conquerors sack capitals, temples, and palaces, they are attacking more than buildings. They are unmaking administration, ritual coordination, elite education, and the legitimacy embedded in records. Even when soldiers do not explicitly seek out libraries, the collateral damage is enormous. Roof collapses expose collections to weather. Displaced populations cannot maintain repositories. Skilled readers are killed, enslaved, or scattered. Funding disappears. A library untouched in the first assault may become vulnerable in the hungry, unstable months after the siege. The city that survives militarily as a settlement may still suffer intellectual amputation. This is why the historical record often shows not simple before and after, but a cascade. Conquest starts the fire. Neglect finishes the work. The destruction of Jerusalem in 70 CE offers one powerful example of how war can wound memory at multiple levels. The Roman assault destroys the Second Temple, but the loss is not reducible to architecture. Temple-centered religious life, ritual practice, archival continuity, and priestly structures are transformed irreversibly. Yet what follows also shows that destruction does not always end transmission. Rabbinic traditions reconstitute authority through text, study, and portable forms of memory no longer anchored to the same institution. This is an important counterpoint. Fire can annihilate a center without erasing an entire civilization if alternative structures of continuity emerge. But even in such cases, the break matters. What survives is often reshaped by the fact of survival. The future is built not from intact continuity, but from reconstruction after shock. In Mesoamerica, the violence is later and differently documented, but the pattern becomes painfully clear. Maya and other indigenous knowledge systems were preserved in books, monuments, ritual practice, calendrical expertise, and specialist traditions. Much of that world suffered devastating interruption through conquest, disease, forced conversion, political collapse, and deliberate destruction of codices by missionaries who saw them as instruments of false religion. The burning of books in this context is not accidental battlefield loss, it is ideological erasure. The surviving manuscripts are so few that their rarity alone tells the story. Here sudden silence does not always come from siege in the ancient sense, but from a collision of empires in which one system of authority refuses legitimacy to another's memory. The result is still the same centuries of observation, ceremony, genealogy, and astronomical understanding are thrust toward oblivion. One of the most chilling aspects of all this is how destruction narrows the future without the destroyers fully grasping what they are narrowing. A soldier feeding papyrus to a fire may see only enemy property, useful fuel, or irrelevant clutter. A zealot burning a codex may believe he is cleansing error. A conqueror looting a temple treasury may care about metal and gems, not the tablets in side rooms. Even rulers who understand the prestige of learning can inadvertently damage it by displacing populations, altering institutions, or redirecting patronage. Erasure is often carried out by people who do not know the value of what they destroy, but ignorance does not soften the result. A lost archive closes doors the future cannot easily reopen. There is another grim pattern here. The more centralized the knowledge system, the more total the shock of its destruction can feel. If astronomical records, legal precedents, tax accounts, ritual calendars, and scholarly tools are concentrated in a few major centers, then the fall of those centers radiates confusion outward. Provinces may still remember local practices, but the wider coordinating framework fractures. We can see hints of this in periods when large states collapse into smaller successor systems, monumental building slows, standardized scripts disappear or narrow, long-distance administration becomes patchier, technical expertise survives in pockets but loses shared infrastructure. The silence after destruction is rarely absolute, yet it can still be profound enough that later ages feel as though a civilization's mind has gone dim. And yet, even in the thickest smoke, total loss is rare. This matters because it complicates the drama without reducing it. Some texts are carried out by fleeing scholars, some are copied elsewhere, some survive in provincial archives, quotations, translations, school exercises, or the memories of communities forced to adapt. A city may fall and still leave seeds beyond its walls, but seeds are not forests. A fragment in exile is not the same thing as an intact ecosystem of learning. The surviving pieces often lose the dense context that made them more than isolated statements. An astronomical table without its commentary, a law without its administrative environment, a ritual formula without trained practitioners, a map without its root law all survive in a thinner state. Sudden destruction creates a future built from remnants. That future also produces myths. Later generations encountering ruins and fragments are tempted to imagine one perfect ancient wisdom extinguished by barbarians or fanatics. Reality is harsher and more human. Knowledge is usually damaged not once but repeatedly. It is wounded in war, then thinned in neglect, then narrowed by changing language, then reinterpreted under new beliefs, then partly recovered through archaeology centuries later. The sudden silence after siege is real, but silence is often only the loudest phase of a much longer fading. That is why historians must move carefully. It is easy to make every burned city into a total intellectual extinction. It is equally easy to minimize losses because some fragments survived. The truth lies in the tension between those extremes. What war reveals with terrifying clarity is how little time civilization needs to undo its own memory. It can take generations to build a library, train scribes, assemble observations, standardize copies, and cultivate readers capable of using them. It can take one campaign season to scatter the whole structure. Once that happens, recovery is never simple restoration. The institution that made the knowledge active is gone. The people who knew how to use it are dead, displaced, or subordinated. The priorities of the victors are different. Even if half the texts survive physically, their world does not. That is the true meaning of sudden silence. Not only that records were burned, but that continuity itself was interrupted so sharply that memory could no longer flow in the same channel. So the flames that climb through ancient capitals matter for more than their spectacle. They expose a hidden truth already present in every archived knowledge preserved in concentrated institutions is always one political disaster away from fracture. The palace that hoards wisdom also paints a target on it. The city that gathers scholars becomes luminous to the future, but vulnerable in the present. Once armies, rebels, zealots, earthquakes, or eruptions strike. Centuries of labor can collapse into ash, rubble, and unreadable fragments. And from those fragments later, civilizations will inherit not an unbroken past, but a haunted one full of titles without books, ruins without explanations, and long intervals where the record simply goes dark. Sometimes the fire does not win, sometimes the shelves collapse, the palace falls, the dynasty ends, and yet the signs remain. They survive on stone faces exposed to sun and rain, on tablets buried in rooms of rubble, on seals, potsherds, walls, bones, codices, cliff carvings, bones, stelae, and fragments too broken to terrify anyone at the moment they are found. The objects live on. The problem is that the language does not, or the script, or the intellectual tradition required to understand what is being said. This creates one of the strangest forms of erasure in all of history, knowledge materially preserved, sometimes in impressive quantity, but functionally lost because the chain of reading has snapped. The archive is still there, the door is visible, the key is gone. There is something especially haunting about this kind of loss, because it denies even the clean finality of destruction. A burned scroll is tragic, but its fate is obvious. An undeciphered inscription is more unsettling. It stands before the world like a voice still speaking in a room no longer occupied by its listeners. The symbols are not random. They belong to a system. They once carried exact names, actions, measures, prayers, laws, calculations, offerings, titles, historical claims. People once learned them, corrected them, argued over them, and trusted them enough to tie real decisions to them. Then, somehow, that interpretive community disappeared. Later generations may inherit the monuments physically and even revere them, but without the reading tradition, the knowledge slips into a kind of suspended death. It survives, but cannot yet act. The ancient Mediterranean offers one of the most famous examples in Linear A and Linear B, though the contrast between them is what matters. Linear B, used by the Mycenaean palaces, was eventually deciphered in the 20th century and revealed itself as an early form of Greek, largely administrative in surviving use, That breakthrough was astonishing because it transformed mute clay into a functioning archive. Suddenly there were names, rations, inventories, offerings, place references, and bureaucratic procedures where previously there had been only patterns. But Linear A, associated with Minoan Crete and related contexts, remains undeciphered. The signs are visible. The tablets and inscriptions are real. Scholars can classify patterns, compare symbol frequencies, and make cautious inferences about accounting or formulaic structures. Yet the underlying language is still unknown. The result is an archive that both exists and does not exist. We can see that it carries order. We cannot yet re-enter its full meaning. That condition repeats across the world in different forms. The Indus script remains one of the great unresolved puzzles of ancient history. Thousands of inscribed objects, mostly short texts on seals and sealings, suggest a standardized symbolic system used across a remarkably extensive Bronze Age civilization. Yet the inscriptions are brief. The bilingual key never appeared, and the language or languages behind the signs remain uncertain. Scholars still debate whether the script encodes full linguistic writing, a more limited system, or something not easily mapped to later models of script at all. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for the pattern. What is undeniable is the scale of frustration. Here is a civilization with cities, planning, craft specialization, trade, hydraulic management, and clear symbolic order, yet its textual voice remains inaccessible. The objects survive. The self-description does not. The same eerie half-presence surrounds the Rongorongo inscriptions of Rapa Nui, though much later in date, and various scripts or notation systems from the ancient and early historic world whose surviving corpora are too small, too damaged, or too contextless for secure reading. Even where partial decipherment is possible, the gap between signs and world can remain vast. An inscription can be read aloud phonetically without being understood culturally. A title can be translated without knowing the institution behind it. A calendrical notation can be passed mathematically, while the ritual weight of the cycle remains obscure. Decipherment is not a magical switch from darkness to light. It often opens new uncertainty. The more one reads, the more one realizes how much was carried not in signs alone but in habits, assumptions, landscapes, schools, and living lineages of explanation. Egyptian hieroglyphs provide a dramatic lesson in both loss and recovery. For centuries after the old religious and linguistic context faded, travelers and scholars looked at temple walls and tomb inscriptions as though they were monumental riddles, often assuming the signs were purely symbolic, mystical, or allegorical in a loose sense. The old reading tradition had thinned away through long historical change. Spoken Egyptian evolved. Scripts shifted through hieratic and demotic forms. Religious structures changed under later empires. By late antiquity in the medieval world, the old writing stood visibly everywhere, and yet was effectively dead as a general system of meaning. Only with the Rosetta Stone and the work of scholars such as Champollion did the wall begin to open again. Even then, the recovery did not simply restore an intact world. It gave access to names, titles, offerings, prayers, royal claims, and narratives, but always through a modern interpretive struggle against enormous distance. Cuneiform followed a similarly dramatic path. Once the common administrative and scholarly medium of much of the ancient Near East, it eventually vanished from living use. By the time modern scholars began to copy inscriptions from ruins and monuments, the script had become alien. Decipherment in the 19th century was a triumph of persistence, comparison, multilingual clues, and disciplined skepticism. It turned silent mounds into histories, epics, contracts, omens, astronomical diaries, school exercises, and law. Entire literatures emerge from the ground. Yet the very triumph underscores the fragility of the original chain. A script used for thousands of years across major civilizations became so thoroughly lost that later inhabitants of the same regions no longer had access to it. Knowledge was not destroyed in every case. It was abandoned by continuity. This is why the loss of reading traditions can be as devastating as fire. A library preserved in perfect physical condition is useless if no one can read its script, understand its language, or grasp its scholarly conventions. In practice, of course, the situation is usually worse. Texts survive in fragments, mixed contexts, damaged sequences, or isolated inscriptions without the educational environment that once made them obvious. School texts matter enormously here. Lexical lists, sign lists, grammars, commentaries, and bilingual documents are the scaffolding of understanding. When those are lost, technical texts become much harder to approach. A civilization does not only need records, it needs records about records. It needs teaching tools. It needs traditions of explanation. Once those disappear, the surviving corpus turns opaque. The Maya script offers one of the most moving modern examples of this process. For a long time, scholars misunderstood it badly, assuming it was largely symbolic, calendrical, or non-phonetic in ways that blocked progress. The eventual decipherment, built over decades by many researchers, revealed an astonishingly rich script recording dynastic history, warfare, ritual, alliances, births, accessions, and cosmic time. Ancient Maya monuments had been speaking all along. Modern ears were simply not prepared to hear them correctly. That fact carries a warning. Some lost knowledge remains lost not because it is inaccessible in principle, but because the assumptions brought to it are wrong. Bias is part of erasure. If later scholars think a civilization could not possibly have written history in a certain way, or could not have encoded language with such sophistication, they can mishear the evidence for generations. And yet even successful decipherment is only partial rescue. When the Maya script began to yield more of its secrets, it transformed understanding of political history and elite culture, but it did not restore the entire world that once supported the writing. Most codices were gone. Many local traditions had been broken by conquest, disease, missionization, and colonial violence. Monuments remained, but archives were thin. The living continuity required to fully contextualize every phrase had long been fractured. Decipherment reopened a voice, but not the entire room in which it once spoke. That is often the best historians and epigraphers can do. They do not resurrect the lost world whole. They recover parts of its grammar, some of its names, and a little more of its horizon. Sometimes even names vanish while practices remain. A community may preserve agricultural habits, ritual gestures, place law, or architectural forms inherited from older traditions without retaining the original textual explanations. Later people live amid ruins whose builders they half remember. A script may persist visually as ornament while its phonetic or semantic value disappears. Symbols become decorative after their literacy dies. Sacred syllables are repeated without analytic understanding. Words are borrowed into new languages while the conceptual framework around them thins. This is another kind of broken chain, subtler than total loss but just as important. The knowledge is no longer fully readable even by descendants who still inhabit some part of its world. The causes of these breaks vary. Political collapse can end schools. Religious change can displace old scripts with new sacred languages. Administrative reform can simplify or replace cumbersome writing systems. Foreign conquest can elevate another language of power. Trade routes can shift, making one scribal tradition less useful. Ecological disruption can disperse communities of readers. Social prestige may move toward a different canon. No single explanation fully accounts for why some scripts survive while others vanish. But one principle recurs. Reading is a social practice before it is a technical one. Scripts do not live because symbols exist. They live because institutions train people to care about them. Once that training ceases, visible writing can become archaeological debris surprisingly fast. This creates an especially tragic irony. The more public and durable a script is materially, the more tantalizing its silence becomes once unread. A ruined temple wall covered in hieroglyphs or Maya glyphs announces intelligence loudly. It tells future generations that there is something here to know. But until decipherment comes, it also withholds that knowledge almost completely. Modern viewers project fantasies into the gap. Mysticism rushes in. Unsupported theories multiply. The unreadable monument attracts both scholarship and nonsense because it is an irresistible provocation. Real decipherment is slow, methodical, and often disappointing to those who hoped for secret superscience or occult prophecy. More often it reveals taxation, lineage, offerings, warfare, calendars, pious formulas, technical notation, the ordinary architecture of civilization. But that ordinary architecture is exactly what makes it precious. It restores history where myth had begun to spread. There is a humbler, harsher side to all this as well. Not every script or record system will be deciphered. Some corpora are too small, some contexts are too damaged, some languages may have no surviving relatives close enough to help. Some signs may encode mixed systems we do not yet understand. In those cases, scholars are left with structure without speech. They can identify repetition, sequence, numerical possibility, object associations, find spots, and comparative hints. They can say what kind of writing something may be, but the voice itself remains distant. This is one of the deepest limits in the recovery of ancient knowledge. Archaeology can recover the page, epigraphy can recover the sign. But if the chain of interpretation is truly broken, meaning may stay out of reach indefinitely. Even in better cases, recovered reading can expose how much else is missing. A newly deciphered inscription may mention treaties whose texts are lost, books no longer extant, rituals described elsewhere but not here, royal annals that once filled archives, or technical terms from living practices no longer understood. The breakthrough makes the silence more precise. Instead of a mute stone, we now have a stone that tells us exactly how much has disappeared around it. This can feel cruel, but it's also intellectually honest. Ancient knowledge was never just marks. It was networks of explanation. To read a fragment is often to discover the outline of a much larger archive that no longer survives. So this chapter of the story is not about burning shelves or shattered walls. It is about mute survival. It is about civilizations that remain visibly articulate long after their speech has been severed from the living world. Their inscriptions stand in deserts, jungles, mountains, buried cities, museum drawers, excavation trays, and damaged codices, waiting for someone who may never come, or waiting centuries until the right question, the right clue, the right bilingual text, the right intellectual humility finally arrives. Some voices return, others remain sealed. And that sealed condition is its own form of erasure, not because the evidence is gone, But because comprehension is gone, the future inherits signs without syntax, records without readers, names without worlds. A civilization can therefore be present before our eyes, and still, in a profound sense, absent. It survives materially, yet its knowledge remains locked behind a broken tradition of reading. The fire did not finish it. Silence did. Not all erasure arrives with armies. Sometimes it comes dressed in cleaner robes, carrying certainty instead of torches. A civilization changes its center of gravity. New gods rise, or old gods are reinterpreted. A universal religion expands. A conquering state decides that truth must now wear one authorized shape. A reformer looks at inherited texts and sees corruption. A priest looks at rival rites and sees danger. A philosopher looks at older explanations and sees confusion that should be swept aside. Under such conditions, knowledge is not always physically destroyed at once. More often it is downgraded, recoded, moralized, simplified, fenced off, or forced to justify itself in a new language. This is a quieter but deeply consequential kind of erasure, because it changes not only what survives, but what later generations are taught to value. The ancient world is full of moments like this, and they are rarely as simple as a story of darkness replacing light. That is important. Popular imagination often reduces whole centuries into an easy contrast between open inquiry and dogmatic suppression, as though one age loved knowledge and the next hated it. Real history resists that comfort. New religious and ideological orders often preserve a great deal, even as they reject parts of what came before. Monasteries copy texts. Scholars translate older works. Priests inherit calendars, sacred geographies, and habits of classification from the systems they replace. Legal thinkers adapt older administrative methods. Temples become churches. Shrines become mosques. Old philosophical vocabulary survives inside new theology. And technical knowledge often continues because roads still need building, crops still need timing, and bodies still need treatment. Scholars still debate how sharp some of these intellectual breaks really were, because continuity often hides beneath the rhetoric of rupture. Yet the rhetoric matters. Once a society decides that certain forms of inquiry are spiritually dangerous, morally suspect, politically disloyal, or simply irrelevant to salvation and order, the ecosystem of knowledge changes rapidly. Texts are no longer copied because they are admired in themselves. They are copied because they can be interpreted safely, mined for useful pieces, or absorbed into a new hierarchy of meaning. A work that does not fit those conditions may survive by chance, but it loses institutional protection, and institutional protection is what keeps knowledge alive across centuries. A scroll shut away as questionable is already halfway to disappearance. A tradition tolerated but not taught is already thinning. A school that changes its curriculum can erase more effectively than a fire. The later Roman world provides one of the most revealing examples. Classical philosophy, science, rhetoric, law, and literature do not vanish when Christianity rises to dominance. Many texts survive precisely because Christian scholars copy them, teach them selectively, or integrate parts of them into new intellectual frameworks. But the priorities of preservation shift. Education, patronage, and moral legitimacy begin to favor some genres and discourage others. Pagan ritual texts become suspect. Certain philosophical schools are reframed or attacked. Sacred history rises in authority. The city-based institutions that sustained some forms of elite learning weaken alongside wider political and economic instability. Libraries decline not only because of doctrinal conflict, but because urban life changes, state capacity changes, and the social uses of literacy change. No single explanation fully accounts for the transformation. The old world is not suddenly switched off, it is slowly reweighted. That reweighting can be more decisive than dramatic destruction. A civilization may preserve Virgil while losing dozens of technical authors. It may preserve legal compilations while letting local scientific treatises die. It may honour grammar and rhetoric because they serve education, then neglect works that no longer fit the teaching system. Canon formation intensifies this effect. Once a community decides which books are exemplary, safe, or sacred, copying resources flow toward them. Everything outside the narrowed centre drifts toward oblivion. This is not unique to religion. Ideologies of every kind behave this way. But religious institutions often wield particular power because they shape not only libraries, but the moral imagination of what it is good to know. The closure of some late antique philosophical schools has long served as a symbol of belief replacing inquiry, though the reality is more complicated than the symbol suggests. Philosophical traditions continue in various forms. Christian thinkers engage deeply with inherited philosophy, sometimes critically, sometimes creatively. Pagan learning does not simply evaporate, but symbolic closures matter because they signal a change in who authorises public truth. A school can no longer assume that intellectual excellence alone guarantees legitimacy. It must now align, or at least avoid open conflict, with stronger doctrinal structures. That shift alters the kinds of questions scholars ask, the risks they are willing to take, and the texts patrons are willing to fund. Elsewhere, similar patterns appear under different belief systems. In South Asia, shifting religious landscapes reorder institutions of learning, patronage, and transmission, though often with significant overlap rather than clean replacement. In China, dynastic changes and ideological consolidation repeatedly shape what counts as orthodox learning, which texts deserve preservation, and which schools of interpretation rise or fall. Canon, commentary, and state examination can preserve extraordinary continuity while also marginalizing vast ranges of alternative thought. In the Islamic world, later on, there are periods of astonishing translation, synthesis, and innovation, but also recurring tensions over the status of philosophy, speculative inquiry, and older traditions. The point is not that belief always suppresses knowledge. It is that every dominant worldview sorts knowledge according to its own hierarchy, and in doing so it leaves some forms exposed. The sorting is often subtle. A medicinal text survives because it is useful, but its cosmological framework is stripped away. An astronomical work is copied for calendrical purposes, while broader theoretical speculation is ignored or reframed. A mythic narrative is preserved as allegory rather than as living religious truth. A local shrine's archives are tolerated until land reform or liturgical standardization makes them inconvenient. The record remains, but the mode of reading changes. Later interpreters approach older knowledge through filters designed to make it safe. Those filters can preserve content, but they can also flatten it. Technical terms lose nuance. Ritual sequences are described by outsiders who do not practice them. Philosophical arguments are excerpted only where they support newer conclusions. The old text survives as quarry rather than as world. This is one reason later eras so often misjudge the intellectual lives of the societies they replaced. Once old belief systems are framed as false, demonic, childish, or merely preparatory, the richness of the knowledge embedded in them becomes harder to see. A temple calendar may be dismissed as superstition, though it encodes precise environmental observation. A ritual purification rule may contain empirical hygienic effects without being reducible to them. A divinatory archive may preserve careful records of celestial phenomena, even if its interpretive logic differs from modern science. A sacred geography may encode roots, water sources, and territorial memory. When dominant belief systems teach later readers to see only error in these structures, much of the practical intelligence bound up with them becomes invisible and therefore expendable. Conversion intensifies this danger because it often targets institutions, not just ideas. Temples are closed, their estates redirected, their priesthoods disrupted, their libraries dispersed. Monasteries may inherit some materials and ignore others. Sacred groves, shrines, and pilgrimage routes lose status. The specialists who maintained complex calendars, genealogies, healing systems, or liturgical sequences lose their social role. Once that role disappears, the knowledge attached to it begins to die even if a few texts survive. A manual without practitioners is a ghost. A rite described in hostile sources is not a living tradition. A carved inscription on a repurposed temple wall may remain visible for centuries, but if the institution that once taught people how to understand it is gone, the inscription is already slipping toward silence. And yet it would be false to imagine religious worlds as simple enemies of knowledge. Some of the greatest preservation efforts in history occur precisely because communities of faith value books, memorization, commentary, and disciplined study. Monastic scriptoria in medieval Europe preserve a substantial portion of classical literature that would otherwise have vanished. Islamic scholars translate, preserve, critique, and extend Greek philosophy, medicine, astronomy, and mathematics while adding profound original contributions of their own. Buddhist, Hindu, Christian, Jewish, and Islamic traditions all generate immense learned cultures with their own methods of commentary, debate, and transmission. The problem is not belief itself. The problem is hierarchy. Every worldview privileges some questions and sidelines others. Under strong ideological orders, that privilege can become intense enough to erase forms of knowledge that do not fit. Sometimes the most consequential erasures happen not through banning but through replacement of language. A sacred language becomes the prestige medium, drawing intellectual life into its orbit. Local languages lose written status, or survive only in practical use. Older texts, if translated at all, are translated selectively. Meanings shift. Terms with dense local associations are mapped imperfectly onto the new sacred vocabulary. Over time, communities may still possess inherited knowledge, but increasingly through a language that does not quite match the original ecology or social world. This is not total loss, but it is a thinning, and thinning over centuries can become disappearance. There is also the question of curiosity itself. Different epochs reward different habits of mind. Some periods encourage classification of the natural world, speculative cosmology, technical innovation, and broad translation. Others prioritize moral exegesis, legal refinement, spiritual discipline, or doctrinal defense. None of these pursuits is inherently lesser, but they do compete for attention. If a learned class spends more of its energy on commentary within a stable canon, it may preserve texts brilliantly while generating less incentive to keep other older materials alive. If intellectual prestige is tied to orthodoxy rather than experiment, some traditions of open-ended inquiry can narrow. This narrowing is often exaggerated in popular accounts, but neither should it be denied. Intellectual climates matter. What is not dangerous enough to burn may still become unfashionable enough to die. One striking example of this broader process is the fate of many ancient scientific and technical works in late antiquity and the early medieval world. Some survive through translation into Syriac, Arabic, or later Latin. Some are excerpted in compendia. Some vanish entirely. What determines survival is not only intrinsic brilliance, it is whether communities find them worth copying within their own priorities. A geometrical text useful for education may persist. A local engineering manual may not. A philosophical dialogue admired for style may endure. A practical agricultural handbook from the wrong region may be lost. Posterity inherits the result and is tempted to mistake survival for value, when in fact survival often records only compatibility with later institutions. This is why the phrase belief replaced inquiry is too blunt, yet not wholly empty. In certain settings, belief systems did narrow the range of acceptable inquiry or stigmatize older forms of explanation. They did destroy shrines, codices, images, and schools. They did reorder memory, but they also preserved, translated, and transformed. The deeper pattern is that new orthodoxies almost always rewrite the map of knowledge. They do not merely answer questions differently. They decide which questions deserve to remain alive. That decision has enormous consequences over centuries. A suppressed question is harder to inherit than a wrong answer. Once a civilization stops asking in a certain way, whole archives can become decorative relics. The ancient world, then, does not lose knowledge only when cities burn or scripts die. It also loses knowledge when authority changes what counts as truth worth preserving. A priestly order can be replaced by another priestly order. A philosophical curriculum can be narrowed under a sacred canopy. An imperial theology can absorb old forms and drain them of independent force. A shrine can become a church or a mosque, a temple library, a storeroom, a local rite, a superstition, a cosmology, an allegory. On the surface there is continuity. Underneath, the operating system has changed. What survives this process is rarely untouched. It is filtered, baptized into a new framework, copied for different reasons, or preserved in fragments because someone found part of it useful. The old world remains inside the new one like a fossil trapped in stone, visible in outline but no longer fully alive. That is why eras of ideological transformation are so important in the history of erased knowledge. They do not always produce spectacular ruins. More often they produce subtler afterlives, texts half-saved, practices half-remembered, questions no longer asked, and inherited worlds made smaller in the very act of being preserved. Long after the fires, the collapses, the broken reading traditions, and the ideological reordering of memory, another unsettling pattern begins to emerge. Certain kinds of knowledge do not vanish completely, yet they seem to sink below the surface of common use. They survive in fragments, in citations, in technical oddities, in archaeological traces, in half-understood recipes, in commentaries preserving older names, in machines described but not rebuilt, in measurements embedded inside architecture, in road systems that still function after the manuals are gone, in medical habits that outlive the theories once used to explain them. This is the realm of buried science, not fantastical super technology, suppressed by conspiracy, but genuine ancient skill and observation that slips out of the main current of history and has to be rediscovered, reinterpreted, or laboriously reconstructed much later. It is important to be precise here, because this subject attracts exaggeration almost instantly. The ancient world was not hiding electricity in pyramids or building lost machines more advanced than everything that followed. Those claims are unsupported. The real story is more grounded and, in many ways, more impressive. Ancient societies developed practical sciences, technical crafts, mathematical procedures, geographic knowledge, surgical methods, hydraulic systems, agricultural adaptations, and observational traditions that were often highly effective within their own contexts. Some passed continuously into later ages, others narrowed, transformed, or disappeared from widespread use and only re-entered modern understanding through manuscripts, experiments, ruins, or chance survival. What survives in the record suggests not a single lost golden age of impossible invention, but a repeated human tendency to let highly specialized competence thin away when the institutions supporting it break. Medicine offers one of the clearest examples. Ancient Egyptian medical papyri preserve treatments for wounds, fractures, digestive disorders, infections, and gynecological matters, all mixed with ritual language and cosmological assumptions that modern readers can find confusing. It is tempting to split the material into superstition on one side and real medicine on the other, but that division is often too simple. In practice, ancient healing traditions combine empirical observation, symbolic reasoning, inherited recipes, and embodied craft. A physician or healer may know how to set a fracture, stitch a wound, or identify useful plant substances while also operating within a world of gods, omens, purity rules, and sacred speech. Later readers who dismiss the whole package as primitive risk missing the practical intelligence embedded inside it. Yet later traditions can also preserve only pieces. A recipe survives without the original plant identification. A surgical description survives without the training sequence that made it workable. The text remains. The living system shrinks. Classical medicine reveals the same tension. Greek and Roman authors preserve extensive writing on anatomy, diet, regimen, surgery, pharmacology, and the interpretation of symptoms. Some of this material flows into Byzantine, Syriac, Arabic, and Latin traditions, where it is copied, debated, criticized, and expanded. But much is lost or survives only unevenly. Galen towers over later medicine partly because his works were copied so extensively. Yet even Galen is only one surviving mountain in a range that once included many other ridges now eroded away. Technical knowledge can therefore become distorted by survival itself. Later ages may inherit the most influential voice, not the full debate. They reconstruct a tradition through the texts that happen to travel best, while practical expertise on the ground changes with different diseases, climates, materials, and institutions. Surgery is especially revealing because bones sometimes remember what texts forget. Archaeologists find skulls bearing clear evidence of trepanation, limbs set after fractures, teeth worked on, and skeletons showing survival after procedures that imply competent intervention. Such evidence does not prove a hidden advanced medical civilization. It proves something more concrete, real skill existed in many places, sometimes beyond what surviving manuals alone would suggest. The record is incomplete because bodies preserve outcomes better than archives preserve techniques. A healed skeleton can tell us that someone knew what they were doing. It cannot always tell us how they were taught, what tools they used, or what wider theory guided the act. The buried science is visible in the result, while the method remains partly submerged. Ancient engineering is perhaps even more striking. Roman concrete has become famous in recent years because certain marine structures endured for astonishing lengths of time, and modern materials science has worked to understand why. The explanation lies not in magic but in composition, volcanic materials, environmental interaction, and specific building practices. Yet the larger lesson is important. A technical tradition capable of remarkable durability can still thin out or change so much that later builders no longer reproduce all of its strengths. Roman roads, aqueducts, harbours, arches, domes, and water systems testify to sophisticated surveying, logistics, materials handling, and institutional coordination. But once the administrative and labour systems that supported these works changed, not every technique continued in the same form. Some skills remained. Others became harder to sustain at old scale. Ruins survived as evidence of competence while the full operating knowledge dispersed. Hydraulic knowledge often follows this pattern. Ancient societies in Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Andes, South Asia, China, Mesoamerica, and elsewhere learned to manage difficult water landscapes with extraordinary nuance. They built canals, cisterns, terraces, drainage systems, reservoirs, flood controls, and irrigation schemes tailored to local geology, slope, rainfall, river behaviour, and soil. Such systems are never just construction. They encode observation over generations. They require maintenance calendars, labour coordination, local measurement, and seasonal judgment. Yet when political centres collapse, labour systems shift, land holding changes, climate alters, or outside powers intervene, the knowledge can fragment quickly. Later people may continue using part of the infrastructure while losing the deeper management logic. A canal silts, a terrace wall fails, a reservoir is misused. The physical structure remains, but the ecological intelligence behind it begins to fade. Agriculture itself contains countless buried sciences: crop rotation, seed selection, soil care, flood timing, orchard grafting, seasonal burning, terrace moisture control, pastoral movement, storage methods, and pest management are all forms of accumulated experiment. Much of this knowledge historically lived not in elite treatises but in practices carried by farmers, herders, fisherfolk, and local specialists. That makes it both resilient and vulnerable. It can survive without formal archives for long periods, but it can also be erased by conquest, forced labour systems, land confiscation, plantation economies, displacement, or prestige shifts that devalue local expertise. A later imperial or colonial observer may look at indigenous techniques and see backwardness because he does not understand the environmental conditions those techniques are solving. Centuries later, ecologists may rediscover that the dismissed methods contained sophisticated landscape management. The knowledge was never false. It was pushed below the threshold of official respect. Astronomy is one of the few ancient sciences where the surviving record can be both abundant and fragmentary at once. Mesopotamian observers compiled long sequences of celestial data. Greek astronomers developed geometric and mathematical models. Egyptian and other calendrical traditions tied sky observation to ritual and seasonal life. The Maya tracked cycles with extraordinary precision. Chinese court astronomers recorded comets, eclipses, guest stars, and portents with impressive continuity. Much of this survives in texts, tables, monuments, or later quotations. Yet even here the story is one of uneven transmission. Data may survive without all the interpretive steps. Models may survive in altered translations. Instruments described in one language may be known only by later summaries in another. The continuity is real, but so are the breaks. There are moments when later scholars must reconstruct not only the numbers, but the observing culture that produced them. Geography and navigation reveal another buried layer. Ancient mariners crossed enormous distances using stars, currents, winds, bird behavior, cloud forms, swells, and remembered sequences of islands, reefs, and seasonal routes. Some of these traditions remained oral for long periods, and therefore vanish from the written record more easily than imperial cartography. Yet their sophistication can be reconstructed through ethnography, archaeology, historical linguistics, and the performance of voyages. Similarly, classical and later ancient geographers sometimes preserved extensive descriptive knowledge of coasts, routes, mountain corridors, river systems, and trade zones, but not all of it circulated continuously. Ports silted, trade routes shifted, place names changed, and later copyists favoured some works over others. The result is that geographic intelligence often survives in uneven patches, with startling precision in one area and silence in the next. Mathematics presents a slightly different case because abstraction can travel even when context changes. Babylonian problem texts, Egyptian calculation methods, Greek geometry, Indian numeracy and place value developments, Chinese mathematical traditions, and later Arabic language synthesis all form part of a long human conversation. Yet the path is anything but smooth. Some procedures disappear from mainstream teaching, then reappear through translation or rediscovery. Some notations make ideas easier to transmit and therefore outcompete older systems, which can make the older systems look cruder in retrospect than they really were. A method may be brilliant within its own notation and training environment, then appear opaque once that environment is gone. The buried science here is sometimes not a lost result, but a lost way of thinking through a problem. Even simple machines can fall into this category. The Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a shipwreck, remains one of the most extraordinary objects ever pulled from the ancient world. It is not proof that antiquity possessed modern industry in secret. It is proof that highly sophisticated geared devices for astronomical modelling existed in a context whose broader material culture only partially preserves them. Scholars still debate how representative such devices were, how many existed, and how widely the underlying techniques circulated. The evidence remains incomplete, but the mechanism shows how much can disappear when a technical tradition leaves behind only a handful of surviving artifacts. A whole horizon of craftsmanship may once have existed between toy, instrument, teaching model, and scientific apparatus, and almost all of it may now be gone. This is where archaeology can change the story sharply. Excavation often reveals competence before texts explain it. Residue analysis shows complex production of pigments, perfumes, fermented products, metals, or medicines. Tool marks reveal standardized craft sequences. Settlement layouts expose planning principles not stated in surviving documents. Experimental archaeology demonstrates that ancient techniques dismissed as crude were in fact efficient and precise when performed by trained hands. Again and again, the material record corrects later arrogance. People in the past were not less intelligent because their theories used different language, because their mathematics wore other symbols, or because their sciences were embedded in sacred and social worlds unlike our own. They were often solving real problems with methods finely tuned to local circumstances. What disappears is not intelligence, but continuity of recognition. Recognition matters because buried sciences are often rediscovered only when a later culture develops the humility to take old evidence seriously. For centuries, certain ancient texts were read as curiosities rather than technical resources. Local building methods were ignored because industrial materials seemed superior. Indigenous agricultural knowledge was dismissed because it lacked elite textual backing. Traditional medicines were either romanticized blindly or rejected wholesale, rather than examined carefully. Both errors distort the past. The wiser approach is narrower and harder identify what ancient methods actually did, where they worked, what assumptions they depended on, and why they sometimes vanished. No single explanation fully accounts for loss. A technique may disappear because raw materials became scarce, because labor organization changed, because climate shifted, because institutions collapsed, because new methods were genuinely more efficient, or because conquering powers devalued local expertise. There is also an emotional temptation to imagine buried knowledge as permanently superior, as though everything old was wiser than everything new. That too is false. Ancient sciences included real error, harmful treatments, symbolic overreach, and limits imposed by available instruments and theories. Rediscovery does not mean worship. Some lost methods deserve admiration. Some deserve historical interest and nothing more. But even failed or partial systems tell us something vital. They show how many routes human beings have taken toward understanding, and how many of those routes were closed not by logical refutation alone, but by institutional collapse, language shift, conquest, neglect, and the biases of later canon formation. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of buried science is how often it survives in pieces too small to restore the whole. A wall chemistry can be analysed, a harbour's concrete can be sampled, a surgical trace can be seen on bone, a text can mention a device that no longer exists, a route can be inferred from traded goods, a terrace system can be mapped from the air. Each clue proves competence, but proving competence is not the same as reviving the full knowledge culture. The operating manuals are missing, the apprenticeship chains are broken, the rituals that timed maintenance are gone, the specialized vocabulary is half understood, the environment itself may have changed, recovery is therefore always partial. Modern science can explain some mechanisms better than ancient users did, yet still fail to reconstruct how the system lived socially. So when we speak of ancient knowledge erased again and again, we should not imagine only books turned to ash. We should also imagine sciences sinking below visibility, preserved in bones, buildings, residues, tool marks, texts without context, and landscapes whose logic outlasts the words once used to describe them. They are not truly gone, and not truly present. They lie buried in the long interval between use and understanding, and sometimes centuries later. They rise just enough to remind the future that human beings have forgotten more working intelligence than they like to admit. After enough time has passed, even real knowledge begins to change its texture. A road still runs through the hills, but no one remembers the survey methods that first placed it there. A ruined harbour lies under silt, and fishermen tell stories about a drowned city beneath the waves. A mountain shrine once aligned to the solstice becomes a place of vague old power. A canal whose gradients were once measured carefully by generations of labourers becomes, in local speech, the work of giants, spirits, or kings so distant they no longer feel human. This is the long drift into myth, the point at which memory does not vanish entirely but softens, reshapes itself, and returns in forms that are emotionally powerful yet historically distorted. The knowledge survives as story, and story is both a refuge and a loss. This transformation is not a failure of imagination. It is what human beings naturally do when evidence thins but presence remains. Ruins demand explanation. Unusual landscapes demand origin stories. Ancient walls, abandoned terraces, Megaliths, earthworks, and empty cities do not sit quietly in the mind of later populations. They gather names, warnings, sacred associations, cursed traditions, heroic founders, vanished peoples, and divine punishments. Sometimes these stories preserve surprising fragments of reality. Sometimes they overwrite reality almost completely. Usually they do both at once. Scholars still debate how often myths can be read back into specific historical events with confidence, and the evidence remains incomplete. But there is little doubt that cultural memory often carries echoes of real catastrophes, migrations, landscapes, and techniques long after their original frameworks have disappeared. Flood stories are among the clearest examples. They appear across many traditions, from Mesopotamia to the Hebrew Bible and far beyond, not because one literal event explains them all, but because great floods are both common human experience and powerful vehicles for thinking about judgment, survival, and beginnings. Yet some flood traditions may also preserve memories of real environmental shocks, river catastrophes, coastal inundations, storm surges, post-glacial sea rise remembered through many generations, or the destruction of settlements that later became foundational stories. No single explanation fully accounts for every flood myth, and attempts to force them all into one historical event usually collapse under scrutiny. But the persistence of these stories reveals something important. When precise records are lost, catastrophe often survives in compressed symbolic form. The event becomes morally meaningful, cosmically framed, and narratively portable. Knowledge changes shape so that it can keep travelling. The same happens with vanished cities. Across the world, there are stories of swallowed capitals, buried kingdoms, forbidden ruins, and cursed places abandoned because of arrogance, sin, drought, treasure, divine anger, or sudden darkness. Sometimes archaeology later reveals that these stories cluster around places genuinely affected by environmental change, warfare, political collapse, or epidemic. At other times, the legend is more imaginative than historical, but even then, the legend performs a kind of archival labour. It marks the site as charged. It tells later generations that something happened here worth remembering. Even if the explanation has become moralized or dreamlike, myth, in this sense, is often what remains when information loses its scaffolding but refuses to die completely. Atlantis is the most famous example of this drift in the Western imagination, though its power comes precisely from ambiguity. Plato's account is literary, philosophical, and political before it is historical. Later ages repeatedly transformed it into a lost civilization template, a vessel for fantasies about vanished wisdom, sunken continents, ancient global empires, and secret technologies. Scholars overwhelmingly reject those expansive claims, and the evidence for a literal Atlantis civilization as commonly imagined is unsupported. Yet the endurance of the story is instructive. People are drawn to the idea that knowledge once existed in a purer, grander, more integrated form and was destroyed by pride or disaster. Atlantis functions less as history than as a machine for imagining historical loss. It dramatizes a fear civilization knows well, that brilliance can be real and still disappear. In other cases, the drift from knowledge to myth is much more local and much more intimate. Agricultural terraces in a valley may be attributed to ancestors whose names are no longer anchored in dates. A standing stone may be said to move on certain nights, preserving in enchantment what was once perhaps astronomical attention or territorial importance. An old road may become the path of a saint, a ghost army, or a culture hero. A cave containing prehistoric paintings may enter folklore as the work of spirits or ancient people with powers beyond the ordinary. Such stories are not useless distortions. They are often the means by which places remain socially alive after their original practical meaning fades. But they also show how easily technical, historical, or environmental knowledge can be absorbed into symbolic narrative. This matters enormously for the history of erased knowledge because modern observers sometimes make opposite mistakes. One is to dismiss myth entirely as fantasy, and therefore miss the possibility that real memory survives inside it. The other is to treat myth as direct reportage and build extravagant historical claims on fragile symbolic material. Both errors flatten the past. A wiser approach asks what kind of memory a myth might preserve. Is it ecological memory, such as dangerous flood zones or coastlines once different from today? Is it social memory, preserving the sense that another people, language, or way of life existed here before? Is it technological memory, carrying a dim awareness that certain structures or practices were inherited rather than newly invented? Or is it moral memory, using the past to speak about the present rather than to report facts? Usually the answer is some mixture. The story of Troy is one of the most revealing cases because it shows myth drifting back toward history without ever becoming simple fact. For centuries, the city lived most vividly in epic poetry. Then archaeology at Hisarlik revealed that a real layered site existed where many had doubted or generalized. That did not prove Homeric narrative in all its detail, nor did it reduce poetry to chronicle. Instead, it showed that literary tradition, place memory, and archaeological reality can overlap in complicated ways. The War of Song and the City of Earth are not identical, but neither are they strangers. This is often how ancient memory works. It survives neither as pure fiction nor as intact documentation, but as sedimented narrative laid over damaged reality. The drift into myth can also happen inside written traditions themselves. Later chroniclers inherit fragmentary sources, hearsay, older legends, ideological agendas, and regional pride. They weave these into accounts that preserve names but rearrange causes, preserve events but compress timelines, preserve ruins but assign them to the wrong rulers or peoples. Genealogies lengthen. Founding heroes grow larger. Origins become cleaner than they were. Sacred histories absorb political memories. Once that happens, later readers may inherit a past already mythologized by earlier archivists. Writing does not prevent myth, it often stabilizes it. There is another reason myth becomes the resting place of lost knowledge. Myth is easier to remember than procedure. A story of a god who punishes improper timing survives more readily than a technical instruction about water release from an upland reservoir. A narrative of sacred boundaries lasts longer than a legal formula defining them. A tale about a star-born ancestor may preserve seasonal orientation more effectively in oral tradition than an abstract astronomical chart. This means myth can function as storage, especially in oral societies or in communities where formal archives are weak. But storage through story comes at a price. As conditions change, the actionable content becomes harder to extract. The tale remains alive while the practical system encoded inside it becomes obscure. Some of the most moving examples of this involve landscapes transformed beyond recognition. There are traditions around the world that speak of places once dry, now drowned, or once fertile, now barren, or once inhabited, now taboo. In a few cases, geological and archaeological evidence suggests these traditions may preserve deep environmental memory, coastal peoples, for instance. can retain knowledge of shifting shorelines and drowned features across remarkable spans of time through story tied to place. In arid lands, stories may preserve the memory of water, migration, or former abundance long after ecological change makes the old world hard to imagine. Here myth becomes a vessel for landscape knowledge, not because it is scientifically phrased, but because narrative keeps memory mobile when direct witness is gone. The danger, of course, is that once knowledge has become myth, it becomes highly vulnerable to appropriation. Later empires, nationalists, treasure hunters, mystics, and modern media can lift old legends from their local settings and turn them into grand universal fantasies. A drowned city becomes proof of a global lost civilization. A founding ancestor becomes evidence of racial myth. A sacred mountain becomes a tourist mystery. Unsupported theories thrive where the archive is damaged and the story is strong. This is one reason serious archaeology often feels less romantic than legend. It narrows claims. It separates what is known from what is inferred. It resists the temptation to let every myth become proof of a hidden super-history. Yet archaeology also benefits from taking stories seriously enough to ask whether fragments of memory remain inside it. The long drift into myth is not only about ancient peoples remembering ruins, it also describes how later civilizations remember earlier civilizations through filters of awe and incomprehension. Medieval Europeans encountering Roman remains often assign them to giants or marvels. Early modern travelers in the Near East, the Americas, Africa, and Asia repeatedly misread ruins according to biblical, classical, or colonial expectations. Communities colonized by outside powers often saw their own ancestral knowledge redescribed as legend or folklore by administrators who failed to grasp its technical depth. Once authorities classify a living memory system as myth, they often help erase the practical intelligence still lodged within it. Myth, then, is not just a natural endpoint of fading memory. It can be imposed from outside as a way of reducing other people's knowledge. And yet myth also keeps embers alive. It keeps names circulating. It keeps landscapes charged with significance. It keeps ruins from becoming entirely mute. Even when details distort, the emotional force of the story can preserve the sense that something weighty has been lost. A people may no longer know exactly who built the walls on the ridge, but the fact that the walls remain wrapped in story means they have not fully entered silence. That matters. Total forgetting is colder. Myth is warmer. It is damaged memory, but memory still. This is why the drift into myth should not be treated with condescension. It is one of the survival strategies of human culture under conditions of fragmentation. When archives fail, myths carry outlines. When technical languages die, stories translate danger and wonder into durable forms. When institutions collapse, legends hold places open in social consciousness until some later combination of archaeology, linguistics, and patient scholarship can revisit them. The process is messy. It creates fantasy, error, and exaggeration. But it also prevents complete disappearance. Sometimes the future finds its way back to history by following the trail of myth. So the knowledge erased again and again does not always end as ash or unreadable signs. Sometimes it settles into legend, sacred rumor, epic memory, or place-bound story. It becomes less exact and more portable, less procedural and more meaningful. In losing its original precision, it gains another kind of endurance. But the trade is severe. The road becomes a heroic path, the harbour a drowned kingdom, the calendar a festival story, the irrigation rule a taboo, the real disaster a divine punishment. Something survives, but not in the form its makers would have recognized. And still, beneath the legends, the old world often remains, buried walls under pasture, harbour stones beneath mud, old flood lines beneath city streets, lost names beneath later names, fragments of astronomy inside ceremony, ecological warnings inside sacred stories. Human beings do not let the past go easily. Even after institutions fail and texts vanish, they keep carrying pieces forward in the only form still flexible enough to live. That is how knowledge enters myth. Not because the past becomes unreal, but because memory, under pressure, chooses story as its last durable shelter. And yet, for all the burning, the forgetting, the mistranslations, and the slow softening of fact into legend, knowledge is almost never erased cleanly. That may be the most hopeful and the most frustrating truth in the whole story. Civilizations break, but fragments travel. Archives collapse, but quotations survive in other books. Temples are closed, but rituals linger in altered form. Scripts die, but loan words move into new languages. Scholars are dispersed, but they carry habits of reading with them. Merchants copy what is useful. Monks preserve what they find worthy. Refugees remember roots and stories. Physicians inherit recipes stripped of their old theories. Builders reproduce forms whose original mathematics they no longer explain in the same way. Erasure is real, but total erasure is rare. Somewhere, almost always, there are survivors. They are not always the people posterity expects. Great capitals produce prestige, yet the actual preservation of memory often falls to figures at the margins, provincial scribes, translators working between worlds, merchants who value practical books, monastic communities far from imperial centres, scholars in exile, physicians compiling handbooks for use rather than glory, priests preserving old calendars under new names, families carrying oral traditions through violence, and craftsmen teaching apprentices not because they are building for history, but because tomorrow's work still needs to be done. The continuity they protect is usually incomplete. It may be fragmented, selective, stripped of context, or reshaped by necessity. But incomplete continuity is still continuity. It is the thread that later ages mistake for spontaneous rebirth, when in fact something endured in the dark. Monasteries loom large in this story, especially in Europe, because they've become one of the most visible shelters for texts after the fragmentation of the Western Roman world. But their role is easy to romanticize if one imagines them as neutral rescue stations for everything classical. In reality, monastic communities copied selectively, according to resources, interests, and spiritual priorities. Sacred texts came first, commentaries, liturgical books, legal works, grammars, and certain classical authors useful for education or admired for style also found place. Other works vanished because no one copied them in that environment. Still, the labour itself is extraordinary. A manuscript survives not because civilization generally approves of it, but because some specific community, in some specific century, devoted skin, ink, candlelight, time, eyesight, and disciplined attention to preserving it. The copying desk becomes one of history's quiet front lines against oblivion. The fragility of this work is hard to overstate. A scriptorium is not a modern archive. It depends on steady supplies, trained hands, exemplars worth copying, enough peace to maintain routine, and enough institutional continuity that the copy will in turn be copied later. Every manuscript is therefore both a rescue and a gamble. Some are corrected and recopied for centuries. Others survive in a single copy and come within inches of disappearing forever. Many of the classical works now treated as pillars of Western thought pass through such narrow bottlenecks that their modern existence feels almost indecently lucky. What survives in the record suggests not a broad, secure river of transmission, but a series of precarious footbridges over deep water. Outside Europe, equally important preservers are carrying other parts of the ancient world forward. In the Eastern Mediterranean, Byzantine scholars maintain and transform Greek learning across centuries of political stress. In Syriac-speaking Christian communities, translators and scholars serve as vital intermediaries, rendering works of philosophy, medicine, and science into new linguistic settings. In the Islamic world, the translation movement centered in places such as Baghdad, along with broader networks across the Abbasid sphere and beyond, do far more than simply store ancient knowledge. They interrogate it, reorganize it, expand it, and make it newly active. Greek medical, mathematical, philosophical, and astronomical traditions enter Arabic not as museum pieces but as living materials within a dynamic learned culture. Persian, Indian, and earlier Near Eastern influences also flow into this world, compounding the synthesis. Translation here is not passive preservation, it is intellectual metabolism. That matters because people often talk about recovered ancient knowledge as though it slept untouched until modernity woke it up. Real history is less flattering to simple origin stories. Ancient learning survives because many civilizations keep reworking it, arguing with it, and fitting it into new frames. A mathematical technique may pass through several languages before reaching a later schoolbook. A philosophical argument may survive because theologians found it useful enough to engage. A medical compendium may preserve older authorities while reorganizing them according to new clinical needs. Astronomical observation may continue not as tribute to antiquity, but because prayer times, calendars, navigation, and court prestige demand it. Knowledge remains alive when it remains useful, teachable, or arguable. Mere admiration is not enough. Merchants play a subtler role, but often a crucial one. Trade routes do not move only spices, cloth, metal, and grain. They move paper, numerals, navigational habits, medicinal ingredients, geographical intelligence, and communities of multilingual intermediaries. A merchant crossing seas and deserts has practical reasons to value calendars, route law, languages, and arithmetic. Port cities become places where fragments of very old knowledge persist because people still need them. A ship captain may not preserve a classical geography in elegant literary form, but coastal pilotage, wind patterns, and harbour knowledge can survive in practice long after formal treatises have narrowed or vanished. Commercial worlds often keep alive exactly the kinds of knowledge that elite literary canons are most likely to neglect. The same is true of artisans and builders. A technical tradition may endure for centuries even when the texts that first described it are gone or no longer central. Stone dressing, vault construction, pigment preparation, metalworking, irrigation repair, boat building, and agricultural timing can continue through apprenticeship rather than literature. This continuity is hard for later historians to see because it often leaves little direct documentary trace. A cathedral mason, an Andean terrace keeper, a shipwright in the Indian Ocean, a canal worker in a floodplain, or a healer in a rural community may all be preserving ancient intelligence without naming it as such. Knowledge can therefore survive more robustly in practice than in formal explanation. It lives in the hands when it no longer lives fully in the archive. Oral traditions deserve special attention here because they complicate every neat narrative of loss. even after conquest, forced conversion, displacement, and language shift. Communities often preserve environmental memory, genealogies, ritual patterns, root knowledge, and ancestral history in forms outside elite textual recognition. Modern scholarship has become better at listening to this, though not always well enough. What survives in the record suggests that oral continuity can carry astonishingly old insights, particularly when tied closely to place and repeated social practice. But oral preservation under pressure is never automatic. It depends on communities being allowed to remain communities. When schooling, enslavement, relocation, or legal suppression target those communities directly, oral archives can be damaged with terrifying speed. The survivors who continue carrying memory across such fractures are among the least celebrated guardians in history. Translation, meanwhile, is both rescue and transformation. A text translated from one language into another does not arrive untouched. Some terms have no exact equivalent. Cultural assumptions shift. Technical vocabulary stretches or narrows. Commentators add layers. Sections are excerpted. Other parts are ignored. Yet without translation, whole traditions would have vanished more completely than they did. The ancient world survives in part because people were willing to read across difference. Greek into Syriac, Syriac into Arabic, Sanskrit into other learned traditions, older local knowledge into imperial languages, and much later Arabic and Greek into Latin and vernacular European languages. Each step saves something and alters something. Purists may lament distortion, but distortion is often the price of survival. A changed text is still better than a vanished one. There is also the issue of motive. Survivors of knowledge do not preserve because they are abstractly devoted to civilization in the grand sense. They preserve because the material matters to their own world. A monk copies grammar because grammar helps read scripture. A physician copies Galen because patients still fall ill. A court astronomer preserves observations because calendars legitimize rule. A merchant keeps root intelligence because ships sink without it. A village elder repeats a migration story because land rights and identity depend on it. This practical motive is not a weakness. It is exactly why survival happens. Knowledge preserved only for prestige is vulnerable the moment prestige changes. Knowledge tied to active life has deeper roots. Still, survival through fragments has consequences. When a civilization inherits ancient material through translators, copyists, traders, and scattered communities, it often receives an uneven bundle. Some genres are overrepresented, some are gone. Some arrive with commentaries but without originals. Others come as names in bibliographies. The surviving system may therefore look more coherent than it ever was, or more narrow than it once was. Later people reconstruct antiquity from what endured through these chains and then mistake that reconstruction for the whole. This is one reason intellectual rebirths often produce both genuine renewal and confident misunderstanding. The fragments are enough to inspire, but not enough to guarantee proportion. One of the lesser-known but deeply important details in this story is the role of compilers. Ancient and medieval scholars who excerpt, summarize, list, annotate, or organize older materials are often treated as secondary minds, but their work can be decisive. A compiler may preserve the only surviving mention of a lost author. A lexicon may keep technical terms alive after full treatises disappear. A commentary may quote older lines otherwise gone. An encyclopedia may flatten nuances but still transmit precious substance. These derivative works are often the emergency rooms of civilization. They do not preserve the body intact, but they keep crucial organs functioning. There is something deeply moving in the fact that preservation so often depends on people who know they are living after damage. They're not always naive heirs of a stable tradition. Many understand that loss has already happened. A scholar assembling fragments from older books, a translator lamenting missing exemplars, a monk copying a fading manuscript, a community elder teaching children a language under pressure from another one. These are acts performed in awareness of fragility. They are not saving everything, they know that, but they are saving something, and sometimes that something becomes the seed of centuries. That seed is rarely pure. By the time ancient knowledge reaches later generations through survivors, it has often been moralized, abbreviated, harmonized, or fitted into new institutions. Yet this mixed condition is precisely what makes history cumulative instead of merely repetitive. Civilizations do not begin from zero after every collapse. They inherit bundles of damaged memory and build from there. The continuity may be hard to see because it runs through minor figures and practical chains rather than through dramatic monuments. But it is real. Without those chains, entire fields of mathematics, medicine, astronomy, philosophy, law, and environmental adaptation would look radically poorer, or might not reach the modern world at all. So amid the ruins and silences, there is another landscape to notice: caravan routes carrying books wrapped in cloth, monasteries bent over desks in cold light, scholars comparing manuscripts in different languages, sailors preserving coastwise memory, healers repeating treatments older than the kingdoms around them, craftspeople training apprentices in motions no text fully captures, and communities carrying place-bound stories through generations that powerful institutions would have preferred to erase. This quieter history lacks the spectacle of burning libraries, but it may matter even more. It is the history of how memory survives after the centre fails. Because the centre does fail. Again and again. Empires fall, capitals burn, cannons narrow, scripts die. Yet in the aftermath, knowledge does not simply wait to be rediscovered in the ground. It keeps moving through people, scarred, reduced, translated, and reinterpreted. Yes, but moving. That movement is what makes later recovery possible at all. Archaeology can uncover objects, but only living chains of transmission can keep methods, meanings, and questions alive long enough for whole traditions to revive. The erased knowledge of the ancient world is therefore not only a story of loss, it is also a story of stubborn carriers: the monk, the merchant, the translator, the village keeper of memory, the scholar in exile, the craft lineage, the physician with an inherited handbook, the navigator reading stars by old names. These are the people who keep history from going fully dark. They do not preserve everything. No one ever does. But because of them, the future receives more than ruins. It receives fragments with pulse still inside them. What later ages often call rediscovery is almost never the finding of something wholly lost in a sealed room. More often it is the moment when scattered fragments, preserved by survivors in different languages and institutions, begin to recognize one another again. A manuscript copied in one world meets a commentary written in another. A mathematical method carried east or south returns west in altered notation. A philosophical problem framed in Greek, translated into Syriac. Reorganized in Arabic, and debated in Latin enters a new school as though it were arriving for the first time, even though it has been moving continuously through human hands for centuries. Rebirth, in this sense, is not resurrection from the dead. It is reconnection after long separation. This is one of the most important correctives to the dramatic story of erased ancient knowledge. civilizations do lose extraordinary amounts, archives burn, languages die, institutions collapse, and whole areas of expertise fall silent. But later revivals do not usually begin from total emptiness. They begin when pathways reopen between bodies of knowledge that has been travelling apart. Translation is the bridge, and translation, far from being a mechanical transfer of words, is one of the great creative acts in human history. It decides what can live in a new world. It decides which ancient voices will be heard again, which terms can be carried across languages, and which concepts must be rebuilt rather than merely borrowed. The great translation movements of late antiquity and the medieval world reveal this with extraordinary clarity. In the Eastern Mediterranean and the broader Islamic world, scholars working in Syriac and Arabic preserve and transform Greek medicine, philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, and natural thought on a scale so large that later European recoveries would be impossible to understand without it. Yet to speak only of Greek inheritance would be misleading. These translation cultures are not simple warehouses for classical material. They are active zones of synthesis in which Persian administrative traditions, Indian mathematics and astronomy, earlier Near Eastern habits of scholarship, and newly generated original work all mingle. What survives from antiquity does not pass through unchanged glass. It passes through living minds that test, reorganize, critique, and extend it. Baghdad has become the emblem of this process, and with good reason, though any single city risks simplifying a much larger network. Under Abbasid patronage and beyond it, scholars translate major works into Arabic, debate them, annotate them, and often correct or supersede them. Medical traditions are systematized, astronomical tables are updated, geometrical and arithmetical methods travel farther. Philosophical vocabulary is stretched to fit new theological and metaphysical questions. Paper, easier to produce and circulate than older writing materials, helps widen the ecology of learning. Here ancient knowledge is not merely recovered, it is made newly useful. This may be the decisive condition for survival. A text admired as an antique curiosity can die quietly on a shelf. A text that becomes part of active argument, teaching, medicine, law, or computation gains a second life. Mathematics is especially revealing because its rebirth through translation changes not only content but habit of mind. Indian numerals and place value thinking, moving through Arabic scholarly and commercial worlds, eventually transform calculation far beyond their original settings. Greek geometry, preserved and commented upon, remains vital. Algebra develops in ways that draw on multiple inheritances while becoming something recognizably new. Later European scholars receiving these traditions often inherit a package already deeply reworked, even when they speak as though they are recovering pure antiquity. This is the strange honesty of intellectual history. What seems ancient is often ancient plus several centuries of careful foreign labour. Astronomy and geography follow similar paths. Ancient Greek models, Mesopotamian observational habits, Indian calculations, Islamic observational and mathematical refinements, and practical navigational needs all intersect across centuries. Tables are recalculated, instruments are improved, star catalogues move across languages, planetary models are argued over, geographic texts are copied, corrected, and expanded by people whose commercial and political worlds demand updated knowledge of routes, coasts, climates, and distances. A civilization rediscovers ancient astronomy. Yes, but often in a version already sharpened by those who inherited it earlier and refused merely to preserve it in amber. Medicine perhaps shows the process most vividly because the stakes are so human. Ancient authorities survive because they remain clinically useful enough to teach, compare, challenge, and reorganize. Galen, Hippocrates, Dioscorides, and others travel into new medical cultures, but they do not dominate alone. Physicians in Arabic-speaking lands and elsewhere synthesize inherited theory with observation, hospitals, pharmacology, and their own experience. When later Latin Europe gains access to this body of work through translation, it is not receiving a sealed box marked antiquity. It is receiving antiquity processed through long centuries of commentary and practice. Rebirth is layered. The patient on the table does not care whether a remedy is Greek, Persian, Syriac, or Arabic in origin. What matters is whether knowledge has remained alive enough to heal. When these translated traditions move into medieval and early modern Europe more intensively, the language of recovery becomes especially charged. Scholars search for manuscripts, compare variants, correct corrupt copies, and celebrate the return of ancient eloquence and reason. There is real excitement here, and much of it is justified. Forgotten authors reappear, better texts replace garbled ones, educational worlds expand. Yet this moment is often narrated too narrowly as Europe rediscovering Greece and Rome after darkness, when the reality is far more entangled. The path back runs through Byzantine custodians, Arabic translations, Jewish scholars, commercial contact zones, Iberian translation centers, Sicilian courts, Eastern Christian intermediaries, and long chains of manuscript survival. Rebirth happens through encounter, not isolation. This matters because it changes how we understand erased knowledge. Ancient learning does not return simply because a civilization decides to value it again. It returns because enough pieces survived in enough places for someone to rebuild a pathway. A lost text recovered in one monastery means something. A cluster of texts entering a curriculum, translated into accessible language, copied widely, argued over, and used by scholars means far more. Recovery becomes history only when institutions adopt it. Universities, courts, scriptoria, workshops, observatories, and merchant schools turn fragments into durable rebirth. Without those structures, rediscovered knowledge remains curiosity. There is also a tension built into every revival. The more eagerly a later age embraces ancient learning, the more it risks misunderstanding what it is reviving. Renaissance humanists, for example, often sought purity of text and elegance of language, and in doing so they sometimes illuminated the past magnificently. But they also read antiquity through their own desires: civic, moral, aesthetic, religious, political. This is not a flaw unique to them. Every age rediscovers the past by making it speak to present concerns. The ancient world returns, but never without translation in the broader sense, translation of values as well as words. No single explanation fully accounts for why certain texts spark rebirth at certain moments. Often it's because the later world is already hungry for what those texts appear to offer. That hunger can revive even knowledge preserved in damaged form. A half-corrupt manuscript may still change a discipline if it contains enough substance. A text quoted in Florilegia or Compendia may inspire a search for fuller versions. A fragmentary engineering description may lead later thinkers to experiment. The history of transmission is full of these partial awakenings. A civilization does not need perfect inheritance to begin thinking again with old tools. It needs enough continuity to ask new questions with confidence that the old material is worth the trouble. Yet every rebirth carries its absences with it. When a text returns through translation, Some genres remain missing. When ancient mathematics is revived, lost practical handbooks may not come with it. When philosophy resurfaces, local ecological knowledge erased by empire does not automatically reappear alongside Plato or Aristotle. When classical medicine is reborn, the countless unnamed healers whose practical traditions vanished under institutional change do not all rise with Galen. Recovery is always selective. The reborn archive is not the original world restored. It is a surviving slice made luminous by contrast with everything that remains gone. This selectivity has shaped modern memory profoundly. Later societies often tell the story of knowledge as though great texts disappeared and then returned triumphantly, when in fact the return was partial, mediated, and built on the labour of many cultures not always credited equally. Whole branches of ancient intelligence, especially local, oral, embodied, ecological, female, vernacular, and non-imperial forms fit poorly into that triumphal narrative. They do not come back as easily through elite translation movements, because they were less likely to have been written in canonical languages or preserved in prestigious archives in the first place. The rebirth through translation is real, but it is not the rebirth of everything. Still, it remains one of humanity's most remarkable achievements. To recover damaged knowledge across centuries of war, language shift, religious division, and geographic distance requires extraordinary patience and faith in continuity. A translator working over a difficult manuscript is performing a civilizational act. So is the scholar who compares 3 corrupted copies to approximate a lost original, the patron who funds the work, the teacher who trains students to read it, the scribe who multiplies it, and the institution that gives it room to matter. Such labour is easy to overlook because it lacks the spectacle of discovery in ruins. Yet without it, ruins stay mute. The broken past needs readers as much as excavators. There is another subtle consequence of rebirth through translation. Once ancient knowledge enters new languages and institutions, it can generate genuinely new knowledge rather than mere restoration. This is crucial. Preservation does not only save the old, it fertilizes the future. Algebra grows, optics develops, medicine reorganizes itself, philosophy encounters theology and changes shape, navigation improves, cartography expands, law absorbs older forms and reworks them. The rediscovered past becomes raw material for fresh invention. This may be the strongest answer to erasure that civilization has ever produced, not perfect preservation, which no one achieves, but regeneration through use. And yet even regeneration can conceal dependence. Later cultures often naturalize what they have inherited, forgetting how contingent its survival was. A mathematical notation becomes standard, and the centuries of transmission behind it disappear from ordinary awareness. A philosophical concept enters common academic language, and few remember the translators and commentators who kept it alive. A medicinal idea becomes foundational, and its root across languages and empires fades from view. In this way, recovered knowledge can be erased again, not physically this time, but genealogically. People use it while forgetting how precariously it crossed the gap. That forgetting is part of the larger pattern. Human beings repeatedly inherit broken fragments, rebuild from them, then mistake the rebuilt world for a stable inheritance that was always bound to return. It never was. Every rebirth depends on survivors, translators, patrons, institutions, and a culture willing to let foreign or ancient voices matter. Remove those conditions, and the chain snaps again. That is why this chapter belongs in the history of erased knowledge. Recovery is not the opposite of loss. It is what loss looks like when enough fragments remain to begin stitching memory back together. So the ancient knowledge erased again and again does not return like treasure lifted intact from a tomb. It returns through argument, translation, copying, teaching, and adaptation. It returns wearing other languages, carrying other centuries within it. It returns partly changed and partly rescued, incomplete but potent. And every time it returns, it reveals both the strength and the fragility of civilization strength, because the human mind can rebuild from fragments astonishingly well. Fragility, because fragments are all it so often gets. By this point in the story, the pattern is unmistakable. Knowledge is built slowly, concentrated by power, weakened by fragility, broken by war, muted by unreadable scripts, narrowed by belief, buried in practice, preserved by survivors, and partially reborn through translation. But the pattern does not end in antiquity. It simply changes costume. The same forces that erased ancient knowledge continue working in later centuries under new names: conquest, empire, conversion, extraction, centralization, schooling, bureaucracy, censorship, modernization, and the dangerous assumption that what does not fit the dominant system does not count as knowledge at all. The archive expands, but so do the methods of erasure, and in many parts of the world, some of the most devastating losses happen not in the deep past, but in the age that claims to be recording everything. This is where the subject becomes more uncomfortable, because it is no longer possible to imagine erasure as the tragic habit of vanished civilizations alone. Colonial expansion, in particular, repeatedly destroys or devalues entire systems of memory while presenting itself as enlightened administration. Conquerors map land, count people, impose categories, and create written records of great apparent precision. Yet in doing so, they often overwrite older ways of knowing rivers, seasons, soils, migration routes, medicines, kinship obligations, sacred geography, and ecological timing. A colonial state may produce more paper than the society it subdues, but more paper does not mean more understanding. It often means that one kind of memory has been elevated by force, while another is pushed toward illegibility, ridicule, or silence. The destruction of indigenous codices in the Americas remains one of the clearest and most painful examples. The burning of Maya books by missionaries horrified later generations for good reason. Yet the flames were only part of the damage. Conversion campaigns, epidemics, labor systems, land seizure, and the reorganization of social life broke the institutions that made calendrical, historical, ritual, and astronomical knowledge active, even where books were not physically burned. The world that could read them was under assault. A similar pattern appears across the Americas in other forms. Colonial authorities recorded tribute, labor, and land claims while dismissing local archives, oral histories, ceremonial systems, or record-keeping methods as superstition, disorder, or idolatry. Knowledge was not only destroyed, it was ranked, and the ranking itself became a weapon. That ranking had practical consequences. Indigenous agricultural systems adapted to local ecologies were replaced or degraded by plantation economies. Livestock pressures, extractive mining, and legal regimes that transformed communal land into taxable property, knowledge of fire management, terracing, soil renewal, seasonal mobility, water harvesting, and species interaction often suffered because the social systems carrying it were deliberately weakened. Later observers would look at landscapes damaged by colonial intervention and assume the people living there had always lacked sophisticated environmental knowledge. In reality, much of that knowledge had been interrupted or criminalized. Erasure, in these cases, is not the passive fading of old custom. It is engineered amnesia backed by law and force. The same logic extends far beyond the Americas, across Africa, Asia, Oceania, and the Arctic. Colonial and imperial systems repeatedly recast local knowledge as folklore at best and obstruction at worst. Oral mapping traditions were ignored in favor of surveyed grids. Sacred landscapes were renamed and reorganized into property. Healing systems were condemned as witchcraft or tolerated only after being stripped of authority. Local climatic knowledge, pastoral rhythms, fishing systems, and custodial relationships to land were subordinated to extractive economies that demanded legibility for taxation and export. Scholars still debate the details of these processes in different regions, because colonial situations varied enormously, but the larger pattern is hard to miss. Dominant powers preserve what serves administration and discard what does not. The old imperial habit continues, only now armed with ships, print, census, and industrial scale. Missionary schooling often intensified the loss. Again, the reality is complex. Missionaries sometimes created grammars and dictionaries that preserved languages in written form. They sometimes documented oral traditions that might otherwise have been even less visible to later scholars. But schooling also frequently severed transmission chains. Children were punished for speaking ancestral languages. Ritual specialists lost status, songs, place names, and ceremonial sequences tied to land became harder to teach when land itself was seized or access restricted. A written grammar of a language is not the same as a living world speaking it across generations. In some cases, textual preservation arrived at the same moment that lived continuity was being broken. The archive expanded while the culture carrying it contracted. Modern states independent of colonial rule have often repeated similar patterns in the name of unity and progress. National education systems standardize language. Borders harden around older migration routes. Minority scripts are abandoned for official ones. Local calendars give way to state time. Dialects become signs of backwardness. Forest knowledge becomes illegal if forest use is criminalized. Wetland management disappears when wetlands are drained. River traditions collapse behind dams. Urban planning overwrites vernacular architecture tuned to climate. In each case, knowledge is not refuted because it was ineffective. It is displaced because another system, usually backed by a centralized authority, declares itself universal. What gets lost can take generations even to notice. Practical knowledge is especially vulnerable here because it is rarely archived in the forms modern institutions respect. A farming community may know exactly which slope drains first after heavy rain, which seed variety survives a late frost, which fire interval protects both pasture and woodland, which insects signal a shift in season, and which plants belong together in mixed cultivation. But if that knowledge is not stored in state reports, schools, or prestigious science, it can be dismissed as anecdotal. Once dismissed, it receives little protection. A generation later, climate instability rises, soils degrade, and governments or researchers begin trying to recover precisely the expertise earlier administrations treated as primitive. The knowledge was not missing, it was made invisible by hierarchy. Linguistic loss may be the clearest modern echo of ancient erasure. Every language contains classifications, metaphors, ecological distinctions, kinship structures, humour, memory, and ways of segmenting reality that do not transfer perfectly into another tongue. When a language dies, The loss is not only literary or emotional, it is cognitive and environmental. Specialized vocabularies for landscape, ice, current, pasture, fish behavior, medicinal plants, ritual obligations, or local weather can disappear with stunning speed if younger speakers are pushed into dominant languages for survival. Ancient scripts becoming unreadable once seemed like a problem of ruins and remote centuries. Now the same principle plays out in living communities. A language without children learning it is an archive entering darkness in real time. There is a bitter irony here. Modernity often prides itself on preserving more information than any earlier civilization. Print multiplies texts, bureaucracy multiplies records, photography, film, digital storage, and satellite mapping seem to defeat forgetting at scale. Yet abundance can conceal destruction. A government may generate mountains of data while wiping out oral land memory. A development project may be documented in exhaustive reports while destroying the community whose landscape knowledge would have warned against it. An indigenous ritual may be recorded on video after the legal conditions for practicing it freely have already been damaged. Storage is not continuity. Once again, the lesson returns. Memory does not survive merely because something has been documented. It survives because a community, institution, and environment still exist in relationship with it. Censorship, too, persists in more modern guise. Authoritarian states suppress archives, rewrite textbooks, criminalize inconvenient scholarship, disappear witnesses, and flood the public sphere with selective narratives. This is not unique to any one ideology. Nationalism, empire, revolution, religious majoritarianism, racial hierarchy, and technocratic certainty can all produce organized forgetting. Libraries are still burned, manuscripts still vanish into private collections or black markets. Archaeological sites are looted or bulldozed, archives are sealed. But some of the most effective erasures now come through softer means underfunding preservation, narrowing curricula, delegitimizing minority historians, displacing communities from ancestral sites, or burying the past beneath infrastructure and tourism so thoroughly that it remains visible only as performance. One of the lesser-known but profound losses of the modern age is the destruction of practical local archives by economic simplification. Industrial agriculture replaces many seed lineages with a few market varieties. Traditional architecture gives way to globally standardized materials that perform poorly in local climates but signal modern status. Coastal navigation by detailed local knowledge declines under centralized systems, then becomes hard to recover when equipment fails. Craft traditions disappear because they cannot compete with factory production. None of this requires malice. Market logic alone can erase centuries of adaptation, but the result resembles older patterns closely. A great body of tested intelligence vanishes because the institutions carrying it can no longer sustain themselves. Climate change adds another layer, making the present look disturbingly like the past. As shorelines erode, permafrost thaws, deserts expand, forests burn, and rivers shift. Not only archaeological sites but living knowledge systems come under pressure. Communities whose environmental memory once stabilized difficult landscapes now face conditions changing too quickly for inherited patterns to hold cleanly. At the same time, some of the very traditions earlier powers dismissed become newly valuable for resilience and adaptation. Fire stewardship, dryland farming practices, floodplain knowledge, seasonal mobility, multi-species cultivation, and vernacular building methods are being reconsidered not out of nostalgia, but necessity. The modern world is discovering, sometimes belatedly, that ancient and indigenous knowledge systems were often sophisticated responses to precisely the kinds of instability industrial civilization assumed it had conquered. This is why the phrase erased again gained such force here. Knowledge is not lost once. It is often recovered partially, only to be marginalized again under a new regime of value. A medicinal plant tradition survives conquest, then is dismissed by formal biomedicine, then mined commercially without credit, then romanticized, then regulated out of local control. A language survives centuries of pressure, then enters decline through schooling and media centralization just as scholars begin documenting its richness. Terrace farming is abandoned as backward, then admired later when erosion becomes severe. Ancient urban cooling methods are replaced by concrete expansion, then studied again as cities overheat. The pattern is not linear progress. It is repeated forgetting with occasional bursts of recognition. Recognition, however, is not restoration. Once a knowledge system has been stripped from the community and ecology that sustained it, recovery is difficult. A state can archive songs, scan manuscripts, fund museums, and create revitalization programs. These matter, sometimes enormously. But a scanned codex is not a living scribal culture. A dictionary is not a language spoken between grandparents and children. A heritage festival is not the same as land-based practice. Revival is possible, but it requires more than preservation of objects. It requires rights, continuity, and room to live. Ancient erasure taught this already, though modern systems often pretend otherwise. There is also a moral complication here. Not every tradition should be preserved unchanged. Some historical practices were oppressive, exclusionary, or harmful. No civilization inherits the past innocently. But rejecting romanticism does not excuse the destruction of knowledge wholesale. The task is discernment, not contempt. It is possible to recognize genuine empirical depth in local systems without treating every inherited practice as beyond criticism. It is possible to value scientific medicine while admitting that many formal medical systems dismissed knowledge they later had to relearn. It is possible to build national education without humiliating minority languages into extinction. The tragedy is that dominant systems so often choose simplification instead. So by the time this story reaches the modern world, the ancient pattern has become impossible to exile into distant ruins. Knowledge erased again and again now includes codices burned by missionaries, songs silenced by boarding schools, fire practices outlawed by forestry regimes, irrigation wisdom buried under dams, scripts abandoned under administrative pressure, seeds lost to monoculture, and landscapes stripped of the names that once made them intelligible. These are not relic problems. They are living ones. The same forces that once broke temple archives and palace schools now operate through ministries, markets, missions, and developmental certainty. The old lesson remains: the most dangerous erasures are often carried out by systems convinced they are improving the world. They measure, classify, standardize, and preserve on their own terms while dissolving other forms of memory underneath. That is how ancient knowledge disappears again, not only in collapse, but in conquest by paperwork, in translation without respect, in schooling without inheritance, and in the cold confidence that only one way of knowing deserves the future. Now the shovel enters the story, and with it a peculiar kind of hope. After so many ages of burning, forgetting, narrowing, and mistranslating, the modern world begins digging systematically into the silence. Sand is brushed from inscriptions. Mounds are cut open in patient squares. Buried rooms are mapped. Broken tablets are lifted, tagged, and pieced together under laboratory light. Airborne surveys reveal lost field systems beneath forests and deserts. Chemical traces on pottery expose forgotten diets, medicines, dyes, and trade goods. Human bones carry evidence of disease, migration, surgery, violence, and survival. Pollen, seeds, charcoal, sediments, shipwreck cargoes, microscopic residues, and DNA all begin speaking in ways earlier centuries could not hear. Archaeology does not restore the ancient world whole, but it does something nearly as unsettling. It proves, again and again, that more once existed than the surviving written canon ever admitted. This is why modern excavation can feel almost miraculous at first glance. Civilizations thought lost return in outline. Cities rise from beneath fields. Scripts dismissed as decorative are recognized as writing. Historical kings once treated as legend step out of inscriptions. Harbours are found where coastlines have moved. Roads, quarries, workshops, cemeteries, observatories, storehouses, and neighbourhoods reveal that what later ages remembered as myth or emptiness was once structured life. Yet archaeology is not magic, and the deeper one goes, the harsher its lessons become. Every recovery is partial, every trench reveals as much absence as presence, a tablet room without its shelves, a burial without the songs once sung over it, a codex fragment without the library that housed it, a monumental inscription without the ordinary language of the street. These are recoveries, yes, but recoveries of a damaged world. The modern discipline itself emerged inside old empires and often inherited their habits of selection. Early excavators sometimes tore through layers in search of treasure, kings, and monumental art while discarding the quieter evidence of daily life. Colonial powers carried artifacts away, reordered them in imperial museums, and treated conquered landscapes as repositories of objects rather than living memory. Local communities who had long histories tied to those places were frequently ignored or reduced to background. Even now, archaeology wrestles with this inheritance. Who gets to excavate, interpret, conserve, display, and narrate the past remains a live question, because recovery can easily become another form of possession. To uncover ancient knowledge is not automatically to restore justice to it. Still, the discipline has changed profoundly. Archaeology today is often at its best when it works slowly, collaboratively, and across many kinds of evidence. It no longer relies only on palaces and elite texts. It pays attention to garbage dumps, animal bones, irrigation channels, plant remains, residue inside vessels, microscopic wear on tools, and the arrangement of ordinary houses. This shift matters enormously for the history of a race knowledge, because so much of what was lost never belonged to kings alone. The practical intelligence of farmers, fishers, builders, herders, potters, healers, navigators, and ritual communities often survives more clearly in humble evidence than in grand archives. A field system seen from the air may reveal ecological adaptation more vividly than a royal inscription ever could. A cracked tooth and healed fracture may tell us more about medical practice than a later literary summary. A pollen sequence can expose landscape management that no surviving chronicle bothered to describe. Take Mesopotamia again, where archaeology and philology together transformed what had once seemed a biblical haze into a densely documented world. Buried libraries, administrative archives, lexical lists, school texts, and astronomical diaries have revealed astonishing intellectual continuity. But even there, where clay preserved so much, the losses remain staggering. We know entire works only by fragments or titles. we can reconstruct tax systems better than songs. We hear the palace more clearly than the village. We can often identify the categories scribes used, but not always the lived experience those categories simplified. The evidence is rich enough to humble earlier prejudice and still too thin to erase uncertainty. That is archaeology's peculiar gift, not certainty, but disciplined astonishment. Egypt offers the same double lesson. Tombs, temples, papyri, workmen's villages, harbours, and desert rubbish heaps have opened enormous windows into administration, religion, literature, labour, craft, and medicine. Yet the unevenness of survival remains extreme. Dryness preserved papyrus in some places and nowhere in others. Elite mortuary worlds loom larger than ordinary speech. Monumental declarations survive more readily than dissent, even when a text is preserved beautifully. Interpretation depends on schools of reading reconstructed across gaps. The evidence remains incomplete. There is simply no honest way around that. Archaeology recovers worlds and also reminds us incessantly of how much of those worlds has already passed beyond reach. In the Americas, archaeology has been especially powerful in correcting the damage done by conquest-era narratives. The Maya lowlands, once imagined by outsiders as mysterious jungle ruins detached from living peoples, now emerge as parts of intensely managed, populous, intellectually sophisticated landscapes. LIDAR has revealed roadways, terraces, reservoirs, defensive works, platforms, and settlement patterns on a scale that dramatically reshapes understanding. Ancient Amazonia, long dismissed in some traditions as incapable of supporting dense or complex societies, has yielded earthworks, engineered soils, landscape modifications, and evidence of extensive human shaping. In the Andes, roads, terraces, storage systems, and settlements continue to reveal how much statecraft and environmental adaptation can survive materially even when textual explanations are sparse. Archaeology, here, does more than add facts. It exposes how earlier prejudice itself functioned as an erasure. Yet even the most spectacular discoveries arrive with limits. A LiDAR map can show terraces and causeways across a forested landscape, but it cannot by itself restore the social rules, stories, calendars, and embodied practices that kept those systems running. A ceremonial centre can be mapped precisely while its songs remain lost. A DNA study can reveal migration patterns without recovering the names people used for themselves. A residue analysis can identify cacao, resin, pigment, or fermented drink, but not the jokes, taboos, or seasonal rhythms attached to them. Archaeology is strongest when it resists pretending that physical recovery equals full comprehension. Matter is eloquent, but not exhaustive. This is why collaboration with descendant communities matters so much. In many cases, the people living nearest the ruins or carrying oral traditions connected to them preserve kinds of knowledge that archaeology alone cannot recover. Place names, ritual memory, environmental familiarity, and inherited narrative may not solve every historical question, but they can transform interpretation. The old colonial habit assumed the archaeologist arrived to explain a dead world to the living. Increasingly, better scholarship recognizes that the living may already hold part of the explanation, even if in forms academic systems once dismissed. This does not mean every tradition is a literal guidebook to the deep past. It means that recovery is richer when multiple archives material, oral, ecological, linguistic, are allowed to meet. Technology has amplified this meeting in extraordinary ways. Satellite imagery, LiDAR, multispectral scanning, CT imaging, digital epigraphy, machine learning-assisted reconstruction, proteomics, ancient DNA, isotopic analysis, and virtual unrolling techniques have all widened what can be recovered from damaged remains. Carbonized scrolls once considered unreadable begin to yield text. Faded inscriptions become clearer under imaging. Trade routes emerge through isotopic signatures in teeth and bones. Crop histories reappear through starch grains and phytoliths. These are genuine revolutions, but they can also create a dangerous illusion that the archive is on the verge of becoming complete. It is not. Technology increases legibility. It does not abolish silence. In fact, the clearer the recovered fragment becomes, the more precisely we can often see the size of the missing hole around it. Consider Herculaneum's charred scrolls. Each new advance in imaging feels like a door opening in a sealed room, and it is. But even if hundreds more lines are read, the larger truth remains unchanged. We're dealing with a wounded library surviving by extreme accident. Or consider shipwrecks such as Uluburun, which reveal astonishing trade connections, material flows, and elite exchange across the Late Bronze Age. They illuminate networks brilliantly, yet leave countless human details unknown. Archaeology excels at proving that complexity existed. Reconstructing the full texture of that complexity is harder. A cargo manifests a world, it does not fully narrate it. There is also the question of what archaeology cannot find because it no longer exists materially. Songs, gestures, jokes, ordinary conversations, many forms of oral lore, instructional tone, the sensory habits of ritual, and the precise social meanings of countless acts have often vanished beyond direct recovery. Sometimes traces remain indirectly in acoustics of spaces, where patterns on objects, iconography, ethnographic analogy, or textual hints, but the full thing is gone. This matters because it keeps us from imagining that lost knowledge is only technical or textual. Whole modes of being intelligent in the world have disappeared without leaving durable artifacts. The field can approximate them, but not resurrect them fully. And yet, despite all this, archaeology changes the moral balance of the story. It refuses the arrogance of later ages that assumed the past was simpler because it was poorly documented. Again and again, excavation and analysis show that ancient peoples understood landscapes, materials, skies, bodies, and institutions in ways far more elaborate than surviving elite narratives once suggested. The ordinary can be deeply sophisticated. The local can be technically brilliant. The vanished can leave operational traces even where texts are silent. Ruins stop being empty symbols of collapse and become evidence of intelligence interrupted. At the same time, archaeology imposes humility on every grand theory. Unsupported fantasies about global lost empires, impossible technologies, or mystical uniformity across civilizations tend to shrink when careful excavation, dating, and context come into view. The real ancient world is stranger, more varied, and more human than those fantasies allow. Civilizations borrowed, adapted, forgot, rebuilt, and diverged. No single explanation fully accounts for why one archive survives. One script yields, one city is abandoned, or one technique vanishes. The evidence is too local, too contingent, too uneven for easy myths. Serious recovery makes the past more complex, not more magical. Perhaps that is the deepest meaning of the missing pages. Archaeology keeps finding them, but never all of them, never in order, and never with confidence that the next page has not already turned to dust. A civilization may be known from one surviving codex and a scatter of monuments, another from millions of potsherds but few texts, another from rich inscriptions and thin evidence of ordinary life, another from landscapes whose engineering survives more clearly than any written explanation. The archive of humanity is a manuscript torn apart, water-damaged, half-burned, glossed by strangers, copied unevenly, and reassembled across centuries by people who know from the beginning that much of it is gone. So the modern spade and scanner do not end the story of erased knowledge. They reveal how vast it is. Every new discovery excites because it adds to memory, but it also unsettles because it proves how much more once existed. The buried library, the unread scroll, the hidden terrace, the drowned harbour, the forgotten language under a later name, the ritual sequence preserved only in broken iconography, the medical skill inferred from bone and blade marks, each is a recovery and an accusation. They remind the present that ancient knowledge was never a thin prelude to modern thought. It was a continent, and we possess only fragments of its coastline. When all the fragments are laid side by side, the strangest possibility is not that one great secret was lost, or one miraculous machine, or one library so complete that history never recovered from its burning. The strangest possibility is that the deepest lost knowledge is the pattern itself. Humanity's repeated failure to understand what memory requires in order to remain alive. Again and again. Civilizations behave as though storing knowledge is enough. They build archives, codify laws, carve inscriptions, establish schools, centralize experts, sanctify texts, standardize language, and trust that these things, once built, will carry themselves forward. Then war comes, or neglect, or religious certainty, or empire, or administrative simplification, or language death, or environmental shock, or the quiet assumption that only one kind of knowing deserves to survive. The result is always familiar. The shelves may remain for a while. The script may still be visible. The ruins may still impress. But the living system that made those things meaningful begins to thin, and then the future inherits a shell. This may be the most difficult lesson in the whole history of erased ancient knowledge, because it turns attention away from individual catastrophes and towards civilizational habits. People mourn the burning library but often ignore the century of undercopying that made its contents irreplaceable. They mourn the unread inscription but ignore the schools and communities that once taught the script. They admire the terrace, the harbour, the road, the codex, the temple alignment, the legal code, the astronomical table, and the surgical trace on bone. But they do not always ask the harder question: what social conditions once kept this knowledge active, and how were those conditions broken? That question matters more than any single lost artifact. Without it, the same pattern repeats under new names. What survives in the record suggests that knowledge remains alive only when several fragile things coexist. It needs material form. Yes, whether in text, tool, building, song, map, or embodied practice. But it also needs institutions willing to carry cost across generations. It needs teachers and apprentices. It needs communities who still use it, not merely admire it. It needs language continuity or meaningful translation. It needs room to adapt without being stripped of function. It needs prestige or at least protection. It needs a social world in which memory is not treated as decorative, expendable, or subordinate to short-term power. Remove enough of those supports, and even brilliant systems begin to fail. No single explanation fully accounts for every loss, because each civilization breaks differently, yet the larger law seems almost mercilessly consistent. Memory dies when relationship dies. This helps explain why the most enduring losses are often not the ones popular imagination prefers. The fantasy of hidden ancient super technology is emotionally attractive because it flatters the drama of discovery. It imagines one spectacular prize waiting beneath the sand. But history's deeper losses are usually wider and more ordinary. They include local hydrology no empire bothered to record properly, land languages flattened into administrative labels, calendrical intelligence severed from horizon and season, navigation techniques lost when trade routes changed and specialist lineages broke, medical and botanical knowledge dismissed because it was carried by the wrong class of people in the wrong kind of institution, building practices adapted perfectly to heat, flood, tremor or drought, then abandoned for imported prestige forms that performed worse, ways of remembering coastlines, pastures, storms, fish movement, fire cycles, and ancestral obligations that never sat comfortably in elite archives and therefore entered danger the moment those communities were pressured or displaced. That is why the greatest missing archive may not be a room of books at all. It may be the accumulated intelligence once distributed across ordinary lives, the peasant who knew the sequence of water release across a shared landscape, the mariner who read swell and bird flight before dawn, the healer who understood not only ingredients but harvest timing and taboo, the elder who held place names precise enough to function as law and map together, the craft lineage that knew exactly how stone should meet weight, lime should cure, pigment should bind, timber should season, and roof should breathe in one particular climate. Much of that knowledge was never completely outside history. It built history. It fed cities, stabilized states, and made monuments possible. Yet because it was so often local, embodied, and socially humble, it was also easier to lose and harder for later ages to recognize once gone. There is an irony here sharp enough to feel almost cruel. The more confident a civilization becomes in its own superiority, the worse it often gets at noticing what it is actively destroying. Ancient empires did this when they ranked conquered traditions beneath imperial order. Religious systems did it when they treated rival archives as dangerous rather than legible. Colonial administrations did it when they mistook paperwork for understanding. Modern technological societies do it when they confuse storage with continuity, data with memory, and universal systems with sufficient systems. Even now, the temptation remains the same: centralize, standardize, optimize, simplify, and then act surprised when something irreplaceable disappears from the edges. The ancient story is not safely behind us. It is a mirror, and not a flattering one. Archaeology, philology, historical ecology, oral history, and modern science have all shown enough by now to make denial difficult. Human societies in the past were often far more observant, adaptive, and technically subtle than later conquerors or commentators allowed. They were also fragile in ways that remain painfully familiar. They centralized too much. They excluded too many carriers of memory. They trusted too heavily in institutions that looked durable until they were not. They allowed power to decide which knowledge counted, and yet they also left warnings, not in the form of prophecy, but in patterns. Repeatedly the same truth emerges from burned archives, dead scripts, lost codices, buried field systems, ruined harbours, and revived translations. Knowledge survives best when it is plural, distributed, practiced, and respected across more than one social form. That may be the nearest thing to forbidden knowledge in this whole history. Not a hidden machine, not a missing formula, but an uncomfortable principle. Civilizations become dangerous to their own memory when they allow too much intelligence to depend on too few institutions, too few languages, Too few classes of people, too narrow a definition of legitimacy. The archive on the shelf matters, the teacher matters, the ritual matters, the oral chain matters, the workshop matters, the local name for the win matters, the inherited pattern of planting and burning and storing and repairing matters. Once a culture forgets that these are all archives, not just the ones bound in prestigious materials, erasure has already begun. And from that insight follows another, perhaps even harder to face. The human future will almost certainly lose knowledge again. The question is not whether loss can be abolished. It cannot. All archives are mortal. All institutions decay. Languages change. Climates shift. Regimes fall. Media fail. What can change is the scale of preventable silence. A civilization that understands its own past honestly might protect plurality better. It might stop treating marginal knowledge as expendable until crisis makes it fashionable again. It might preserve languages not as museum pieces but as living ecosystems of thought. It might value local adaptation alongside large systems. It might build redundancy instead of assuming permanence. It might remember that the people furthest from the centre are often carrying the knowledge the centre will need later. So the story ends, if it ends anywhere, not with a final recovered secret, but with a recognition. Ancient knowledge was erased again and again because human beings are excellent at building memory and alarmingly careless at protecting the conditions that let memory breathe. The ruins testify to brilliance, yes, but also to a recurring blindness. Civilizations keep imagining that their way of storing truth is strong enough to survive conquest, contempt, simplification, and time. Very often it is not, and so the future keeps inheriting fragments, building theories out of ash, and wondering what whole worlds once stood behind the little that remains. Perhaps that is why the lost past still grips the imagination so fiercely, not because we expect to find one answer that changes everything, but because each recovered fragment reminds us of an ancient and unsettling proportion. For every text read, many are gone. For every script decoded, another remains sealed. For every harbour excavated, many lie under silt or sea. For every tradition restored, several others disappeared before anyone thought to listen. The silence around what survives is immense, yet it is not empty. It is shaped by choices, hierarchies, disasters, and neglect that human beings themselves created. And if there is any final lesson in that, it is a sober one. The past did not become mysterious because ancient people lived in fog. It became mysterious because later worlds kept breaking the chains by which knowledge moves. Again and again, they mistook possession for preservation, authority for understanding, and survival of objects for survival of meaning. That is what humanity keeps forgetting, and that may be the oldest lost knowledge of all. In the end, the image that remains is not of one fire but of many small lights, a lamp in a scribal room, a flame beside a monk's desk, a hearth where an elder teaches a name for wind and water, a workshop glow on bronze or stone, a torch carried through ruined streets by someone trying to save a bundle of texts, a study lamp over a translator bent between languages centuries apart, a modern conservation light moving across a broken tablet or blackened scroll. Human knowledge has always lived inside these fragile circles of attention. It feels vast when we look back at civilizations, but in every age its survival depends on small acts repeated by mortal people who do not know how much the future will owe them. That is why the lost world feels so close and so unreachable at the same time. We can stand in the ruins of a library and still not know what was on most of its shelves. We can decipher a royal inscription and still miss the conversations of the market outside the gate. We can recover roads, canals, terraces, and observatories and still remain strangers to the countless habits that made these systems ordinary. The ancient past is not silent because it had nothing to say. It is silent because so much of what it said was carried in forms that later ages broke, ignored, or failed to recognize until too late. Yet even now, not everything is gone. In a few surviving codices, in clay tablets hardened by accidental fire, in words preserved across translation, in building techniques returning under new names, in oral traditions that still hold the contour of vanished landscapes, in neglected languages fighting to remain spoken, in archaeologists kneeling in dust, in communities reclaiming memory from museums and archives, the chain is still being repaired, not restored completely, perhaps never completely, but repaired enough to remind us that forgetting is not the whole human story. The deeper truth may be that civilizations do not only leave ruins behind them, they leave responsibilities. Every recovered fragment asks the same quiet thing of the living, not admiration alone, but care. Care for what seems minor, care for what exists outside the center, care for the teachers, the speakers, the craftsmen, the keepers of place, the habits of repair, the names that still fit the land, the archives that do not look like archives until they vanish. If the ancient world has any final image to offer, it is not simply a city in flames. It is the contrast between ash on the wind and one stubborn hand still trying to carry something through the smoke. And somewhere beyond the ruins, beyond the last deciphered line and the last shelf we can reconstruct, the greater part of the human past remains in darkness. Not empty darkness, a darkness filled with methods, observations, songs, remedies, warnings, measurements, maps, and meanings that once helped people live in a difficult world. We will never recover all of it, but perhaps the point was never total recovery. Perhaps it is to learn, at last, how much can disappear, how much still survives in broken form, and how gently a civilization should hold the memory it has left.